Hello, wonderful people. Hey, Posture. Hey, Delicoth. How you doing tonight? How's everybody doing? I'm exhausted, but it doesn't matter. Um, I had a plan. I had a plan to design a thing off of stream, but there's not a lot of off of stream time. So instead, we're just going to start out today in a debug world, sandbox world, whatever you call it. We're doing a little designing together. So we need a volcano-based purification system. For our water. And it needs to be forward expandable because we don't know what water we're going to be getting from our second planet because we don't actually have the teleporters because something broke. It's fine. We don't need them, but eventually we will get there. What we're going to start with, this is my little, vacuumed out box. In fact, let me just do a quick save here in case things crash because we were working on something else in here, but I deleted it. So we need to start with the concept of having 5 steam turbines. I want to be able to put a full pipe in and pull a full pipe out of water. If we need more than that, that'll be a problem for later. We have plenty of volcanoes to make duplicates, right? So five of these guys. And we did a little bit of noodling with this on one of the streams. So I've got an idea for a thermal injector that will help my brain not hurt so much and hopefully make you guys happy as well. Let's bring this up there just for a little note. We might make this deeper. In fact, it's quite possible we will. But for now, let's start with this. We can move things around pretty easily. So I've got an idea how we're going to do this, and it's not gonna hurt my brain so much. We're going to put that there. Might be able to do 6 turbines with pea water. 5 is generally the most you're going to want to do with pea water, from my experience. I think Emily did the napkin math on that, and anytime I've gone beyond 5, I've generally had problems. So I generally try to run 5 if I'm running pea water in the cooling loop. We're probably not going to be pushing this at capacity, so I'm not overly worried about it. We only have those 2 geysers, but I am open to suggestions and information across the board because I am not what you would call a brilliant human. I just have some mild skill at being reasonable. Okay. So this will be a nice center for our nonsense, right? We want our stuff to drop kind of in here. We could do other things, but I think this does the trick. Although if we're running the rails through here, no. This is like I said, this is in my head, not actually on paper. So if we're running the rails through here, that doesn't work. Because that'll heat up this tile. Alright, never mind. Never mind. I mean, we could easily just do that. It doesn't matter that this is touching this tile. I mean, they're going to touch these tiles in general. So if we want ourselves like a little thing, although that leaves us with a very small heat bank here, I think it might be okay. Because we're going to be heating the doors as well. Okay. Okay, so let's put in the pieces we know, and then we'll move those as need be. That's there. You know what? I'm going to double check what Leo posted in Oxygen Not Included, because that was a great design. Okay, so there it is. Lighting will be fixed in just a moment. So we're going to take this across here. That'll go there. Again, if anybody's got suggestions, you just let me know. I'm all about it. So that goes that way. I don't care what material we make this out of. What Leo posted looked good, although it was surprisingly simple for Leo. Oh yeah, yeah. He knows his shit. So all that's made out of steel. All that's made out of steel. Thermosensor here. We might as well hook things up because we do want to test this, right? Okay, and then steel. That's going to go there. Now, I know I'm getting ahead of myself with temp shift plates, but we're going to want some at least there, right? I think we might want to make this 3 deep so that we can put temp shift plates across without injecting heat into the insulation. We'll deal with that in a minute. For now, let's get this setup going, right? Now, we're assuming we're building this next to the volcano, right? We do need one of these guys to get stuff in there. So that only goes to there. That's where the problem comes in. We might have to shift this whole thing. Hiya, Aya. Welcome in. Guys, Aya is amazing, so you should definitely go give her some love on her video games. And damn it, I forgot to add the thing. I looked at your message, Aya, and then I was like, all right, I'll do that in a second, and then I closed it. Aya's going to start streaming, so click on her name and go follow her. We'll get the proper shout-out going soon. I swear. I swear. Let's do that. I mean, that is more or less the idea. I mean, I hate awkward shapes like this, but I don't think we have any way around that. And this is supposed to be 10? Planning is going well enough, considering the amount of tired I am. How are you doing tonight, Aya? Something like that? Hold on. Let me look at some of my reference images, because I have reference images for how to do magma, because I always forget how to do magma. Where are they? Right here-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I think, I mean, we'll test it. It's not a hard, that's why we're in a debug world. Blades might be 9. Yeah, so the distance between these two needs to be 9. So if we count the tile that it falls on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop screaming, Tack. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 4, 5. Jesus Christ, I've counted this 5 times. I'm too tired to do things, but we're going to do it anyway. 4, 5, 6. Cassie, what's going on? How are you? Raiding with a party of 3. Welcome in, Cassie. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I'm unreasonably tired to be doing complicated mathematical things, but we're not going to let that stop us. Guys, go follow Cassie. Cassie is wonderful and sweet, and we love her here. And all over the place, I suppose. How are you tonight, Cassie? How are you tonight, Raiders? I'm Nethercloud. I do things on the internet. Twice the Nether. Oh, you were hanging out in Cassie's stream too? That's excellent. Yeah, so I think that is the deal. And then we volcano here. I mean, it doesn't really matter where the volcano is. Actually, can we make this more reasonable? Is there somehow we can cram this in closer? I think that'll work. Okay, hang on a second. We're gonna do a thing real quick. We're gonna use the fill command, magma. We're going to go like that, and then we're going to delete. We're going to delete that, and then we're going to press play and see what happens with the magma. Doing good. Didn't finish HP Lovecraft difficulty because one of the events is BS. They made the event impossible on the hardest difficulty. Oh, that's lame. Do you know the auto sweeper bit works with magma? Oh, right. It does, doesn't it? Right. This thing needs to heat up or cool down. Alright, so this is not working the way I want it to. Yeah, good point, good point, good point. But it does need to be put into a bottle drainer, right? Okay, so what are you thinking? You thinking we put it into a bottle drainer, packet limit it to 1 kilo, rotate that through until its temperature drops below a certain point, and then dump it into the steam room as debris? Now we're on to some interesting concepts here. Would 1 kilo of mass be enough to do the heating work? I guess that's why we're here, to figure that out, right? Oh, I forgot. You have to have a tile here. Okay, so this might not actually work at all. Huh. I'm sorry your game screwed you over, Cassie. Is it like legitimately impossible? Like well known that it's like, hey, yeah, this is not actually a thing? Or was it like just supremely difficult? It's hard. I do hard things. I had to give up my last RimWorld challenge. It felt bad, but I had to. This isn't going to work, now that I think about it. Because if this is the steam room, it's fine, because you put a temp shift plate here and it solidifies that. But without some sort of heat transfer medium here. So let's mess with Delicate's idea. I'm reading up on the event now, and it looks like everyone has been having issues with it since day one. No shit. Some of their mini games are rough on the other difficulties. I can't imagine the hardest. May not get a lot of energy out of the 1 kilo, but you could drop it into the steam room and let the sweeper rail do the rest. Yeah, but then we don't really have control over the temperature of the steam room as much. You know what I mean? Like, we'll have to delete a lot of heat. See what I'm saying? Like, if we drop it in here at 1800 degrees, we'll have to destroy it down to 200 degrees because we won't necessarily have water flowing in constantly. So I think that would waste a lot of heat if we did that. But this is why we're doing this on stream. I think it'll come out better with the help of all you wonderful, wonderful people. Screw it. Okay, let's say... I'm a little out of my depth with volcano stuff. The best I can come up with stuff. I'm in a big room. Yeah, I'm trying to get beyond that myself. I'm okay at a little few bits and pieces, but this is where we're going to learn together. Okay, so... yeah, let's give it a go without the rail system. We'll put this back in. It's reasonably easy to make. That's going to drive me crazy. Okay, hang on. Let me post this tamer I built and see what you think about expanding on this idea. Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's freaking go. And if anybody else has thoughts or ideas, please do feel free to chime in. I'm full of nonsense and shenaniganry, so... Alright, so let's say we put this here, and we get ourselves a bottle drainer. We'll start building an idea, and we'll go from there. We'll build it out of steel, right? We'll stick that right there. Sweeper can go there, and then plumbing-wise, we'll snag ourselves an obsidian pitcher pump. We're going to fill this bottom section with magma. Okay. Let me know when you post it, Delicath, and I'll take a look. I know this is super nerdy and not everybody's into this, but dear God, this needs to happen. Okay, we need a thermal sensor, though, right? It's up. I've actually truly just built to give credit. Hi, Mujinzu. How you doing? Welcome in. How are you this evening? We are in a debug world because Nether didn't have time to design this off camera because he does too much with his life and talks in the third person and is very tired. How are you? But it looks like the sort of thing you can maybe ask for heat when you need it. Okay, let me take a quick look. No, there's a million uses for lava. I'm trying to find a way to reliably boil polluted water and salt water and brine to remove the salt, dirt, and water into separate things so that we can pump out the water. So we're going to use the lava to boil the water in a steam chamber, then take the 95C water out to a water tank and sweep up the salt and dirt and send that to storage. There have been designs for this before. I'm just trying to come up with something a little bit. I don't know. I hesitate to say different, but we're gonna figure something out here. Dumb question. What are the properties of tungsten versus steel? Specific heat capacity of 0.13, thermal conductivity of 60. All right, I'm gonna do part of this old school. Higher melting point, lower overheat. Yeah, but for pipes, we're looking at specific heat capacity and thermal conductivity. I know it won't melt, but okay. So 0.134 and then 60. And then, oh wait, that's, okay. And then we need steel. I'm just trying to figure out what we want to build the radiant pipes out of. Steel is 0.490 with a thermal conductivity of 54. So we have more specific heat capacity with iron. So I think we go tungsten, right? Because we don't want it to hold a lot of the heat. We want it to dissipate, and we want it to do it quick. So I think we make the radiant pipes out of tungsten, right? Or am I crazy? Because the specific heat capacity is how much the metal actually holds versus the thermal conductivity, which is how much. So like if you have a specific heat capacity of 0.49, it has to heat up to 0.49 before it'll start heating the next tile. So it's almost like a buffer in a way, whereas the thermal conductivity is how fast that heat will transfer once it hits its specific heat capacity. Am I following that right? Because we have tungsten, or we made a little bit of tungsten. We may not have made a lot of tungsten, but we have tungsten. For heating this thermal injector setup, it's ugly, but we're gonna packet limit magma and run it through a loop. And I want to use the best. Auto mod, you do things right sometimes. Well, that's what we do here, Mujin. We overthink things. I also play RimWorld on 500%, and we play No Man's Sky and try to conquer a whole galaxy. Dyson Sphere program, turn an entire star cluster into a factory. Everything we do here is overthinking. Think I'm right? Okay. So where is tungsten? There's tungsten. And it's like, I think we'll just run. We don't want the bridge to bridge inside of the metal because that does transfer heat, right? So we're going to bridge on here. We'll use an obsidian bridge. Yes, but it won't state change in a pipe if packet limited to 1 kilo. Although, how do we limit it in the loop? No, this isn't going to work. It would have to drop out of it. What if we packet limit it and then drop it, and then we set up the rail system as well? Because if it gets too hot, it won't actually state change. Hold on, I got something. I got something. All right, combining ideas. Bottle remember that the bottle drainer exists now. If a lava spike is not possible, you could cool it first and send the hot debris into the chamber. Yeah, no, we're using a volcano, so we're not going to use a spike. We could do a blade, but there were like issues with doing the lava blade because we're not going to have it go directly into a steam room, so there's no way to cool the lava fast enough to go when it's going through the mesh tiles. But yeah, if we cool it first, we also have to figure whether it's going to be debris or solid tile when it cools. If it's under a certain mass, it'll turn to debris. If it's over a certain mass, it'll turn to a solid tile. If it turns to a solid tile, we would need to set up a thermal injector setup that uses a robo miner to mine it out. Then we wind up using like something similar to Francis John's petroleum boiler, which is not out of the question, but that is the logistics of the nonsense, right? So thermosensor, and then we put you there. Okay. This is going to be weird. So here we're going to put a mesh tile made out of steel. Let's see if this makes any sense when we do it. Bottle emptier out of steel. We're going to need an output here. Okay, and then we're going to run ceramic insulated pipe because that's the best insulator we have, wherever that is. We're going to have to move this sweeper, but we'll deal with that in a second. Okay, ad break. Thank you guys for your patience, support, and eyeballs. Not quite. Okay, so trying to cram this into the space first is not the best idea. We need to get the concept first. Here, we're going to do this. That's the easy part to deal with. Because this too tall thing, I guess that still matters. I don't know. It's fine. Pretend I didn't do anything. That goes into the bottle opener. And then we need liquid valve. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's move this. There's going to have to be a lot of maneuvering of things, but let's start with this over here. Because we do need to cool this stuff, so these pipes will be in the way in this configuration. I guess we could preemptively deal with it like this. Right, so okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, no, actually, let's bring that back another one. I want this to be able to see this tile. So the idea, sorry, I should explain what I'm doing. This thing pulls from a pitcher pump, puts it into a bottle drainer. Bottle drainer goes into a, whatever the hell that thing is just called, a liquid valve. Liquid valve packet limits it to 1 kilo. That runs through here and back over to an emptier that drops it through a mesh tile. If it's too hot to have hit state change, it will drop as magma back into the magma tank. If it's below the temperature necessary to state change, it should drop out of it as debris and land on the tile, which can then be swept up by the sweeper into the loader and start rotating on the rails before it goes into the steam chamber. Please feel free to punch holes in my logic here. But this is where my brain is going with all this. I think you eventually solidify your magma in the tank. But if it... do we? It should only drop into the liquid tank if it's below the solidification temperature. Bottle emptier and pitcher pump can be reached by the out. Yeah, that's going to be the thing. We'll noodle with that in a second. This whole configuration was based on a previous idea we had, so we're going to have to move everything. But how are you, Wanderer? Okay, with a Y and okay. Sorry, very tired. Problems. I mean, you may very well be right, Delikoth. My thought process, like I said, is if the magma coming back in is below the solidification temperature, it won't drop into the tank. Now, if your magma is lower temperature than the room magma, it will slowly cool the magma to solidification temp. Yeah, that's what Delikoth is saying. Had the resulting problems? Okay. Input is appreciated. Never put the magma back. Well, because I'm looking for a way to guarantee state change. You know what I mean? Like, we can't loop. If we bridge onto a loop that's 1 kilo limited, eventually, once it goes around once, it'll start going over that, and then we get state change in pipes. Yeah, but then we waste heat. Because we can't let the steam room get too hot, otherwise it breaks everything in the steam room. So we would have to delete heat above a certain temperature. So once it's in the room, we then have to start deleting heat because we won't have a constant supply of water because of the downtime of the water. We're going to be pumping in... Shall we just stop the magma pump when the temp gets too high? Stop the magma pump when it gets too high. I like where you're going with this. Hello, sir. Do you want to say hi to everyone? Hello, sir. Hi. How are you? You're soft and handsome and wonderful. That's how you are. Who's a sweet boy? Who's a sweet boy? Oh, we have shoulder time? Yes, yes, we do have kitty stream. This is Tachyon. He is my handsome, sweet baby boy. He's a... How old are you now, Bubba? Almost 3? Yep, that's my neck. You want to hang out up there? He's a baby. Okay. Like, seriously, I have 8 kilos of magma pump steam rooms running in my base right now, so I've lived through these horrors before over the last year. In fact, oh, wonderful, Wanderer. I mean, not wonderful that you lived through these horrors, but I'm so glad you're here. So am I going in any type of right direction? Like, so screw this whole design is basically where we're getting at. Scrap it, go back to the get-go. Share my experience with the class. Yes, absolutely. We have a bunch of cool stuff. All right, yeah, hit me. Also, if you want to share pictures, I'll put up the Discord. We have an Ani channel in the Discord that we all share our ideas in. So, okay, while you share ideas, I'll show you what we're working with. Okay, so our current save is this one. If it ever loads. Okay. Ignore that. That was something we were doing. So this is our current save. We've got this volcano powering this petroleum boiler that Leofar came up with. It's a vertical petroleum boiler that uses all sorts of cool, adorable things to counterflow the debris and get out 125 debris. Hey, Cat Pig! This thing is freaking cool. We also have our big steam room over here with our aluminum volcano in it. We've got another one down here, but we have a volcano here, a volcano here, a volcano here, a minor volcano here, and a minor volcano up here, as well as a gold volcano here. So, and our magma biome is obscene, odd-shaped and obscene. So, we've got plenty of heat to play with. As far as the magma biome is concerned, I plan on plugging in multiple geothermal steam rooms to gradually cool. Thermal sensor in the steam room set to 210. That turns off the auto sweeper, and then use a cheap radiant pipe loop with petroleum to cool the auto sweeper with a conductive panel. Petroleum, you say? I see. Okay, anyway, so what I was saying is we got a lot of magma. Quit without saving. Alright, let's bring up my waves and chirks. I mean, petroleum or liquid uranium, but frankly, you don't need the extra benefits of liquid uranium. No, no, absolutely not. Turns off the auto sweeper and then use the cheap radiant pipe loop with petroleum to cool the auto sweeper. No, I agree. Okay, so let me see if I follow all this. I think I follow what you're leading to here. We'll refine the spacing afterwards, of course. Right, it needs to be on ground. Anxiety-riddled hello would make a cool band name, but that's also the bring forth. I always thought a cool band name would be Fast Walking Cannibal. We got that from one of our RimWorld playthroughs. Hey, Mike, how you doing? What's going on? Remember, the magma will exchange heat briefly with the auto sweeper, but not with the bottle drainer or the pitcher pump. Right. Ceramic or obsidian? Probably ceramic. Hello, Emily. Welcome to the madness. It's your kind of day. Good man. Just wondering what kind of noodle attacked me earlier. Noodle? Noodly or caboodle? Okay, so we in theory have something like that. If you don't geotune the volcano, you can use ceramic. If you do geotune the volcano, you must use obsidian. One geotune will melt ceramic. Gotcha. We're not planning on geotuning it, but it's not out of the question for later. In your experience, would it be necessary to geotune it? I geotuned one of my volcanoes 4 times, but I used that one to heat liquid uranium to provide power for the sour gas boiler. More energy is fun. Well, if we geotune the volcano, it means that we have to wait until we get our puffed ranch up so that we have the bleach stone to continue geotuning, or we have to use gold. All right, my friend, I'm hopefully starting a new thing soon, an MRI program that pays well all I train. That's awesome. Volcanoes are phosphorus, aren't they? With only 1 kilo of magma, you only need 3 steam engines. Volcanoes are abyssalite. Well, the idea isn't to pull the power directly out, although that will be something we do. The idea is to boil the water. And I'd like to be able to pull out a full pipe of water in the event that we wind up with a full pipe of water needing to go in there at one point. Does that make sense? View the other day passed their test, so it's looking good. Congratulations, Mike. Like, because each steam turbine removes 0.2 kilos of water, right, per time. So to get a full pipe out, you need 5 of them. It means you are going to need more than 1 kilo of magma in order to wake up the steam turbines. So are we packet limiting to 1 kilo, running it through radiant pipes and dropping it into the steam room? Or are we just sending it into the steam room through here and letting it solidify in here? Okay, to tell you to do the math, I'm a chemist. I do PV equals nRT in my sleep, but if you check the relative specific heats, you'll see igneous loses and badly to water. appreciate you. You're too kind. Thanks, and ranch it up. For sure, for sure. Oh yeah, the math is not something I'm generally very good with. I kind of know a few things and get myself into trouble, and that's generally how I do it. Running it through radiant and dropping it in steam room. Okay, dumb question. What if we split it into 2 packets and run 1 packet right and 1 packet left? There, yeah, yeah, okay. Emily's all about the math. Okay, so let me grab some pieces here. Running them side by side. Oh, rather than like loop them left to center, right to center, run them side by side. Okay, fair. I'm so glad you came in here. And what are we running our radiant pipes out of? I was thinking tungsten, but would it be better to do them out of steel? Sister's getting on Twitch to watch you right now. Hell yeah, thank you, Mike. Tell your sister she's awesome. Or if you're there, Mike's sister, you're awesome. Tungsten is worthless. You'll need steel for like maybe 5 segments. Oh, and then what? Switch to something. We have plenty of steel. We have a large map that we're playing on. I could do steel the whole way just to be safe. We're not hurting for resources. That's why we're being absurd. Tell her you're cool, dude. Mohawk and all. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. Hi, Mike's sister. You rock. Welcome to the madness. We're doing a very math-heavy stream, so I hope you like math. Cobalt or aluminum to suck the heat out of the magma as fast as possible. I see. It makes sense. So we do, you said like 2 or 3 tiles of steel? Once the Ignis cools, it's a pain to get it to cool down. So we're talking about something like that with steel, then snag ourselves. We have plenty of aluminum on our map. We've got 2 aluminum volcanoes, and one of them has been running for a while. Okay, and we're going to grab liquid valves. Hello, Mike's sister here. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Angie. How are you today? I met Mike the very first day I started my my new day job. He was very kind. Super chill. I'm good. Doing pretty good. Very tired, but very excited to be here doing things. So, Wanderer, am I catching what you're throwing here as far as like what we're doing? About 5, maybe 8, but in my experience it takes 3 segments to cool magma to temp, and 5 would be my cover your ass value, but if you're nervous, and you should be, use more. Okay. Let's take that into account then. Hey, Council of Roses. as far as I know, and it's obviously not as much as you do, aluminum is the best stuff for radiant pipes if you want good heat exchange. But I'm just going off of like what I've been told and what I know. I'm at like what, 1,500 hours, 1,800 hours. So hold on, I'm at 1885 in this game, and I know there are people in this community that are like at like 3, 4, 5,000. So I know enough to know I don't know everything is basically what it comes down to. So we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aluminum is good, but it only has a temperature limit of 1,000. Cobalt is something I have used heavily in sour gas because it has a limit of 1,500. Oh, for a melting point? Is that what you're talking about? I see. I see. We don't have cobalt on our map. I don't think we have cobalt on our map. Got spaghetti. I'm ready now. Watch now. Oh, spaghetti. I love spaghetti. I'm working on losing weight. I went from 264 pounds down to 227 pounds over the last 4 or 5 months. So I'm trying to get down to 200 on the nose. It's probably be about good for my height. I'll reassess when I get there. But when I hit the point I'm happy with, I'm going to reward myself with a big slice of pizza and a root beer float. But if you're going to use aluminum, and you are, just use steel further so you can be sure it won't be 1,000 when it gets there. Is what I kind of am trying to... I gotcha. Meat suit maintenance. All right, 1 second. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8... And then let me just draw this out real quick, Delikoth, and then we'll do the meat suit maintenance. For anybody who wants to join along, the meat suit maintenance is the combination of stretch, posture check, hydrate, and we do squats on the channel as well because, as I said, I'm trying to lose weight and keep healthy. So let's do a little... Oh, that's a good pop right there. It was a good kitty. You're a baby. You're such a baby. I love you. That's not dinner. That's my hand. She's getting ready to watch SLC Punk. She's gonna cry. Oh my God, SLC Punk's such a good movie. Okay, 5 squats per redemption is what we're doing. I'm not a crazy exercise guy. I'm just a guy who went to the hospital and got fat and wants to lose weight. So, okay. I got super small when I was going through my health problems, ate way too much when I got over my health problems, and now I'm trying to stabilize, so. All right, so we've got 8 tiles of steel. The rest is aluminum. That drops down at the far side. We'll load it onto rails there to rail it through the system. Oh no, that's 1,000 grams we need. Also, one last thing. You're going to want a bit of metal tile and a conduction panel under the liquid pipe outputs so that the igneous will cool down a little. If it's going to be waiting at all to be picked up at the other end, also remember your igneous rock will be steam room temps when it comes out. Also, you need an extra steam turbine and an aqua tuner to cool the steam turbines. Yes. I'm 6 feet tall. So, yeah, I'm 227 and change at the moment. But thank you, Emily. I'll take that as a compliment. I didn't know they stacked it that high. Stacked what? Hey, Dan, welcome back. Wander, have you actually designed one of these things before? Like, it sounds like you've legitimately done what I'm trying to do here. And if so, do you want to share your design? Like, I'd be happy to. We built Leo's petroleum boiler. I am not that type of person that has to design his own stuff. It's an old joke. I didn't know they stacked shit that high. That's what I thought. But we were talking about how cute I am. Or how no, I'm just kidding. Talking about how small I was. I don't know what I'm talking about. Stacks. All right, because I'm tall. I can't function, guys. I'm too tired for compliments. Yes, I can send you current setup for magma power setup, but it's not exactly the same as what you are doing. Okay. I would like to see that because we've got plenty of magma, so we're going to wind up using it for power as well. I did my current magma pump system before bottle drainers existed. Time for some Adderall. God, I freaking not anymore. I can't do stimulants anymore. It's just too much. We'll know why. Absolutely. My current save has 1,700 hours on it. It's been a lot. That's amazing. We're kind of establishing our forever home. We've been doing lots of like iterations of different maps and like let's play on this map for a while, let's play on this map for a while, but this map, Volcanea, is my favorite map, hands down. So we're trying to create a forever home, quote unquote. I mean, it won't be forever, but the other thing is we have to get the water in here. So I think this is going to have to be at least 3 tall, the steam room. Forever home is No More Sky. I mean, in this particular game, Dan, I'm addicted to No Man's Sky. Very hard for me to not play. I need more. If anybody wants to donate to the Nether needs to quit his job and play full time again, fund, I would appreciate that. I need all the time in the world. I use most of my magma to make sand. Go figure. Man, Sky, never played, always wanted to. Great game, Mike. I'm addicted. The other thing is, do we want to counterflow the incoming water against the outgoing water becomes the next question. I mean, from one of the sources, it's coming out at 95C already. From the other source, it's coming out at -10. And then we've got the toilets. Thank you for following, Angie. I appreciate that. I've got the same fun. I need to quit my job and just play video games all day, right? Yeah, it is a great game. I've been streaming full-time for 2.5 years. I just also added a full-time day job a few months back, so now I just don't sleep instead. Okay, so I'm happy to post what I use to chill my water, but if you don't have super coolant, you need to make it 80 times long instead of 40, and it's a nightmare. Oh my god, nightmares. This is probably... So bottle empty puts that in there. That goes over there. You said metal tile, right? So we're talking something like that. What happened? Subscribe to Tier 3, Commodore Scuttle. What are you doing? Thank you so much. Yeah, we are. We are designing a way to purify water. How are you today? Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I think you're legitimately the only one that's ever subscribed at Tier 3, so thank you. I'm going to move this up. Move this up? I don't know. This is a weird situation. So, like an old game I used to play in the 90s called The Incredible Machine. Everybody's winning, Mike. As long as we're having a good time. Third row depends on how much your volcano produces. Well, it's about getting water back in. Like, we have to have some water come back in to cool whatever aqua tuner's there. We have to have space for the aqua tuner pipes. Well, actually, the aqua tuner will have to be in a different steam chamber. Never mind. Strike that. We need to be able to bring in different sources of water because we've got brine, salt water, and polluted water. So we need three different inputs for water, for different waters, right? So like, could do something like that theoretically. Aquatuner needs its own steam room, but it can be connected. Yeah, we could do something like, you know, put a steam turbine there. Right, something like that. Dead cells. Literally almost how yours is set up. Excellent. Too good and it's free. I mean, those are wonderful things. Actually, though, maybe we should switch this to the other side because of the save. This makes sense more on the left side. I think. Because, yeah, the water is going to be coming to this from the right. So let's put you over there. And then we have a return for, okay. Something like that. You've been prompted to mega rockstar at your job yet? I mean, I came in like that, you know, that's how I roll. Okay, so let's create a fake volcano real quick. By fake volcano, I mean just a magma tank we can use. What exactly is this game? So it's a colony builder. We're in a sandbox world right now, just experimenting with things. Okay. Let's save this, and I'll show you what we got going on the thing. I hope nobody minds that's helping with the design here, but you know we're doing things. It's a NASA exam game, kind of. This game is insane. Leofar, how the heckaroonie are you? So this is our actual save I'm loading up. We tend to design in a sandbox world because it makes it easier to make mistakes, and then you can install the properly designed thing later on. But this is the world we built a base in. Let's put it on a 1. So you see these little guys running around? They're duplicants. They run around and do things. They dig out these tiles. They move debris around. All that stuff. So when you start like zoomed in like this, next to this thing, right? And for example, we're printing. Oh, no. I don't want this on. All right, we're not gonna save this, But you get to choose and you print them, and they each have a skill tree, so you can level them up into different skills. They gain levels. They balance skills against their morale. The happier they are, the more they can learn without getting stressed out. If they get stressed out, they'll break stuff or vomit or do crazy stuff. If they get super happy, they'll like work better, all that. And they move around and do things. I have mine in little suits. They get into their suits after they get out of bed, and then they go over, they poop and shower over here. They eat dinner over here. Yeah, they look awesome. This is our kitchen over here. Showers. This is where we filter the polluted water from the toilets back into clean water, which is kind of what we're working on now, is to use a volcano to do that instead. We've got several steam rooms around the map. How much is the rent there? All of it. The answer is all of it. So, and then what we're talking about doing in here is taking this mixed bag of water, this absolute nonsense garbage, and dumping it into a steam room using a volcano to heat it up and boil it so we can get clean water out. Oh, it is. You like our luxury condos? Would you like to be on the computer chip floor, the arcade floor, the telescope floor, or I don't even know what's going on. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff. Like here are little critters. These are ranches for the critters. We feed them with these plants, and then the overflow drops down here where we just shear them and let them die and then eat the meat. Pod hotels in Japan. Oh my God, right? So this is kind of far along. It's 724 days, or cycles is what they call it. Yes, gracias. But like this is a gold volcano, and when it spits out liquid gold, this thing cools it enough to be a solid and then drops it out here at a reasonable temperature so that we can use it to build shit. This is a massively over-engineered self-powered oxygen machine. You put water in, you get out 25C oxygen. It's unreasonably large, and I really didn't need the nullifier, but hey, you know, a little bit of a flex. Okay, so yeah, that's the basic rundown of the game. You start with nothing, and you have to get air and food and survive on this planet and get to thrive. Posted to Discord, excellent. Quit without saving. Oxygen not included. Oh, that's how you do power, huh? You marvelous psychopath. I have not played Factorio, but I've played the heck out of Dyson Sphere Program and Satisfactory. The diamond wasn't necessary. Oh, the diamond window tiles? And I see all of debris gets dumped up there into a petroleum tank. Is that petroleum? Commodore Scuttle, gift and subs. Thank you so much, Commodore. You're amazing. I really appreciate that. He just pulled the rag out of his butt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one walking around, the duplicate. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, you rock, Commodore. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You have no idea how far that goes. I was just like doing the numbers today, and I'm like, man, I really need to stop eating as well as stop sleeping based on how little money I have coming in compared to how much is going out. There are probably much better ways. Couldn't you use the volcano to heat exchange and make a regolith melter and make that into power? I've seen that done. But I might be crazy. Yes, the top is petroleum to allow the igneous to solidify. You gotta eat, man. You gotta sleep. You just gotta let me train you. I don't do exercise, man. It's not a matter of, it's not even a matter of losing weight or anything. It's a matter of finances at this point. That's why I'm so appreciative of Commodore Scuttle. Gift and subs. All right, let's say we've got water coming in here, water coming in here. Something like that. We'll have to move things around for the cooling loop, but for now, let's just think about it like that. All right, I guess I actually have to throw some sort of power into this whole thing, right? Petroleum is actually fast enough to cool igneous reasonably at speed as long as you really slam the temperature down. Again, you'll notice the whole thing is cooled with supercoolant. Yeah, we don't have supercoolant yet. I'm trying to get away with doing this without going to space. Although I should go to space, but... Okay. So packet limited to 1 kilo. Moves over here, drops out. You said we should put it onto a metal tile. So that it exchanges heat. So maybe instead of having these here... Oh, wait. Five, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you drop it on an insulated tile, the igneous debris won't reasonably exchange temp with the steam at all. I was going to put it on rails. That was the plan. Or is that not necessary? I figured on rails we'd have more of a control over what we're doing. And then we can run all of that out into a cooling tank so that we could actually use the material. Insulated tile. What do you mean? Oh. So it drops onto the rails at the 200 degrees? Okay. Hype train. Open and share. We have a teddy bear of sorts. It's possible, but okay. So then don't we want to just move it out of the steam room in general? At that point? If it's going to be at steam room temperature... I don't know what's going on. I'm just having a good time. That's the perfect thing to do, Dan. This game is super nerdy. It goes beyond the nerdy level. Okay, so I would say the most reasonable equivalent in No Man's Sky is like, you know how you set up mining facilities and you like automate them to make sure that they're harvesting. I haven't even gotten there, so I don't even really know. Just think about that, but like on all of the steroids. Like we're talking about heat exchange and steam and just all sorts of things. Okay, so let me explain the automation I'm going for this, and you can tell me if this makes sense or helps in any way. So we're going with a thermosensor, right? A thermosensor in the steam room. And we're going to run a shutoff. God, okay. It's actually, I have it built in my my other world, but let's just do a quick rundown. Trying to build it with as little stuff as possible, but plumbing, liquid shutoff. This goes to the water tank, right? And in the room we have an atmos sensor and a thermosensor. Then we run an OR gate. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing. We want to boil polluted water and brine and salt water and remove it as regular water. So you put an atmos sensor in and say, hey, if it gets above, let's say 20 kilos, kick on the steam turbine, open the valve, let the clean water flow out. Put a buffer on it so it's not flashing on and off consistently, is usually what I do. But otherwise allow it to cycle back in and only turn the steam turbines on if the room gets too hot. You know, let's say it gets above temperatures that will reasonably sustain and not overheat whatever's in there, like an aqua tuner or something like that. Yeah, plus the dirt and salt we want to sweep out of there. And then we could take the igneous rock out and use it for building materials or to feed the hatches, is the plan. So Mox never invaded your game yet? No, not quite. We have a big dog to keep him away. That bastard. This game is for real nerds. Yeah, it absolutely is, right? So I'm not following Wanderer why we need to put it onto a metal tile. Because if it's at steam room temp, aren't we going to just sweep it out of the steam room anyway? I mean, we don't have to have it go past the steam turbines. What exactly is a Nepo body nerd? All right, Leo. If you got any ideas, feel free to chime in. You're always amazing, so I appreciate you. So it's remotely possible it could overheat in the short period between when the room overheats to shut off the auto sweeper and the time in which it cools off. It's not likely. This is the real world. I mean, I don't want to discuss where we're putting the flux capacitor. That's a little bit of a private thing. I don't know if we should be talking about that. SA210, so we stop the auto sweeper. Okay. So let's start there. Thermosensor made out of steel. But the magma is still going in, and it will go in until the current amount on the bottle drainer runs out, which is 200 kilos maximum. Huh. We could pump magma that way. Only works for molten metals, if I remember. No, I think it works for... Oh, wait. I guess we have to find out, don't we? We don't have access to it in the bottle emptier, though. Wanderer's done it. Okay. How do we get it listed on the bottle emptier, though? What am I missing in debug land? Bottle of it. Hate that it doesn't show up. Bottle of magma. Oh God. These are those things I don't spend a... Have it do pitcher pump it first. Oh my God. Wait, wouldn't we have to just have to have a dupe mop it? I found out you can immerse a dupe in magma for almost 5 seconds before they will die. Why the game only crash when I'm winning? Right? Bastards. Spawn duplicate mop. Oh, it insta mops it. Oh, mother. Okay. Control F4, I think. Yeah. And it turned into debris. Okay, was that enough of time? Yes. Okay. Good. Fantastic. You're no longer needed. Your services were much appreciated. And enjoy your time in the void. I think this game doesn't like when I watch YouTube or Twitch while playing. There are certain games that just don't, right? So you're going to magma. You're allowed to access anything. This one, is she going to cry after the movie? Of course she is. It's a sad movie. Enable auto bottle. Okay. A few other things we have to set up, right? So... just bear with me. I'm a little sleepy. By a little sleepy, I mean a lot sleepy. haven't slept well in a while, but it says a lot about the horrors of what you're doing. I remember the problems with this clearly. Wander, I've been streaming full time for over 2 years, almost 2.5 years. But recently, after all of my medical problems, I have massive amounts of debt, and it's coming to a head where if I don't get it all paid off, we're going to run into some major problems. So I decided to take on a full-time day job in addition to streaming full-time. So now I basically work 2 jobs full-time, streaming and building transformers. The things that go in electronics, not the giant robots. And that leaves me with about 6 hours a night to sleep, roughly, which winds up being like 5 to 5.5 on... Sadly, not the giant robots. I do get to sleep a little later on Wednesdays because I have my therapist appointment on Wednesdays. So I sleep like an hour or 2 later on Wednesdays, have therapy, and then go for a short day at the day job. And I sleep on Saturdays and Sundays a bit, but I also stream all day Saturday. Thanks for clarifying the Transformers thing. I was a bit concerned. Of course. Anytime. All right, let's get ourselves a dev generator and just slap that down there, right? Let's just start knocking out the things I know how to do. Well, actually, no. I'm still trying to figure out what we're doing with where this debris is landing. You were excited. Me too. Yeah, so this doesn't actually work, does it? I feel like the steam room needs to be possibly even 1 tile larger. Optimus Prime. Have you guys all seen the, like, late 80s Transformers animated movie? That thing is fucking amazing. I don't have to worry excessively about where the debris lands, but I tend to be excessively paranoid with magma. Fair. Very fair. Okay. What I want to do... I want to bring this up by 1. Again, we can clean it up once we get it working. So let's say that goes over there. And what we can do is we can put in metal tiles here, here, and here. Snag ourselves some temp shift plates. Let's say here, here, and here, right? Then let's put inputs for 1, 2, 3, 4, so that we can bring in our 4 different liquids. One being the return from these guys, the other being the inputs. So let's make an assumption that our input liquids are coming from this side. We'll go up to here so that we can actually use that space for the cooling. So that's like that. That's like that. I know technically you don't have to do this, but, you know, best practices and all. Oh, research screen. Tachyon, the screaming is not going to get you anywhere, buddy. You know the drill. Also do the igneous rocks shenanigans wholly in the aquatuner room, since it will be cooler anyways. You really planning on dumping 40 kilosecond into this room of dirty salt water? Because that's not a good idea when you only extract 10 kilo a second. No, but we need the different inputs because the waters won't mix nicely, if that makes any sense. Like, we can't have polluted on the same line as the brine and the salt water because they won't mix. So we need different inputs to get them in. We could always limit them going in. If that, am I making sense? Make sure you know you can't. Yes, I'm not planning on putting in 30 kilos a second and only taking out 10. I mean, we could design it to take out. Right now, I think we have like 4.5 or 5 kilos a second on the map, but it's 3 separate liquids: the toilet water, literally like the trickle of toilet water from the toilets, the brine from one of the geysers, and the salt water from another geyser. But we don't have access to our second planet because I think the volcanoes overwrote the teleporters. So we don't have a way to teleport to our second planet, but we do have these shipping sides so we can send liquids and solids back and forth. So once we launch a rocket over there, we may end up with water that we want to pump back to this planet to purify, depending on how that second planet looks. We don't know anything about it yet. I don't necessarily think so, but at the current rate, I think we're looking at somewhere around 5 kilos in, under 5 kilos in, but 3 different liquids, if that makes any sense. I mean, it's totally possible that it doesn't make any sense. Don't pay any attention to me. I mean, pay a little attention to me. I'm streaming, but overpressure the steam room. Yeah, we're not going to overpressure the steam room. We're going to balance the steam room. Tachyon, you are absolutely wonderful, and I love you, and I don't at all want to duct tape you to the ceiling. But you want to be duct taped to the ceiling? I mean, okay, but I don't think it's safe. Alright, that'll get us some spread of the heat, right? Somebody come love the kitty. I admit I know nothing about this game, but can you put a pressure release valve in the steam room? Yes, that's what I'm about to do. 100%. So we need an atmo sensor to check how much pressure we have in the room. We need a thermosensor for other reasons. We need an OR gate for those two. Connect that up there. Connect that up there. Wire those across. Oh, damn it. I gotta draw this better, but for now, let's just work with it. We'll, like I said, we'll clean it up after. Liquid shutoff. So... Nope, gotta draw it better now. Damn it. I would probably use a separate atmo sensor for the output ports for the water sources. For these things? It's a giant pressure cooker. Ah! The pressure! To the tank. The tank is going to be up, but let's not worry about that. We might flip it over to the other side. Let's just get it working. Then we'll worry about how it installs. We have the technology, right? Is it possible to vent the pressure at atmosphere like in the real world, or do you have to have somewhere for it to go? When the steam room gets overpressured, we're going to use the heat to suck the steam into the steam turbines. The steam turbines then output 95°C water, which will then pump off to a storage tank if the pressure is too high, which is what this gate is for down here. I'm missing a buffer, though, to make this more reasonable. I could have left that there. That was dumb. I am a little tired, so bear with me, everybody. Okay, so we're going to add a buffer gate here, right? With the Atmos sensor here, the thermo sensor here. And then the OR gate here. I should flip these for reasons that will become apparent momentarily. You can vent it into the atmosphere, but unless you vent it into space, you still have to deal with the heat from somehow. So it's best. Yeah. Exactly. What Wayfinder said. So once you have this built, you can copy paste, or do you have to? We have to have the duplicants actually build it by hand. That's why we're designing in this mode. Because if they build it, if we just build it in that world, we have to, it takes forever to build and unbuild. I mean, the duplicants are pretty badass, but not that badass. That's a reasonable setup. Something like that, right? And since we're in a sandbox world, I don't care where the water goes. So you can go there. That runs power there. You have power in there. Oh god, I should not have undid that. Dismiss. Okay, let's fill steam. Let's go with 15 kilos to start. In here. In our main chamber over here, we're not worried about pressure up and down, so we're just going to put 20 kilos in there. That's out of steel, right? Right. Let's install our cooling loop, which can just be out of aluminum. We don't need this loop to be out of anything else. Right? Right. I should have you at a different level. Right, okay, let's actually do that. It will be easier to run cooling if this is at the same level. There's a dupe named Nails. What do you mean? Also the most coward. Is he really? Is that true to lore? Damn it, Nails. Alright. For the case of shenanigans, we're going to put a liquid buffer over here, because why the hell wouldn't we? Did the pump work? We're still figuring it out, Leo. I'm running all the cables right now. I think we have some sort of idea what we're doing, but we need all the buttons and dials and things. Fucking blow it up already. Leo, how many hours did you put in to get that petroleum boiler design going? 'Cause that thing is fucking sick, but I imagine that's like, I would say at least a couple 100 hours, right? Maybe not a couple 100, but at least 100 hours, right? 2 weeks? That is a substantial amount of time. Oh my god, I need these to not be as obnoxious. Okay, actually no, this is fine. Everything is fine. So reverse this, maybe? And we need overflow for the loop. Wow, a whole bunch of spaghetti nonsense. Do you have a link that Leo, preferably not in a Discord? Leo's got it up on Reddit. It's amazing. Yeah, it's a I think you said if you do vertical heat exchange, you'll find it on Reddit. We also have the link pinned in our Discord in the Oxygen Not Included section. I built it in the actual save that we're working on. Hey, hi, hello. How's it going? Going good, live action Pixel. How you doing? Yeah, it's amazing. It is the one I will be building forever. Like, just absolutely fantastic. What's the goal? To engineer a way to use lava from a volcano to purify all of the random liquids we have on the map, ranging from brine to salt water to polluted water, extract the salt and dirt, and send the cleaned water to a liquid tank. Liquid purifier, yes. God, I hope we get to do a regolith melter in this playthrough. That would be phenomenal. I mean, am I? Thank you for the follow, Live Action Pixel. I mean, I've got an entire chat basically telling me how to build this little at a time, so am I really braver? I built the power transformer out of pyrite. Oh my god. Oh, good times, good times. trusted your QR code. Rube Goldberg machine to launch dupes into space. Exactly. What, the pyrite? It's just like when he has chat telling how to play at No Man's Sky. Yeah, it's funny. I had I have a friend at work who was like, "Have you played No Man's Sky?" He's like, "Yeah, I got like 12 hours in, and like started to get bored when it got like overwhelming. There was just too much to do, and like the exploring got a little stale." And I was like, "Huh, I'm like almost 50 hours in, and I'm not bored at all." But I also have chat explaining to me when I don't understand things. He's like, "Yeah, that probably helps." So, I like streaming because of that. Like we all do the things. Okay, so if you're like, what'd you say, above 210? No, so below 210. Turn that off. If this room is above maximum, turn that on. If this is above... What do steam turbines go up to? Because we don't actually have to run this as hot as Wayfinder's room, because we just need it to be hot enough to boil water. So I was thinking maybe if it gets to 210, we... Right, melts easily. I remember my first building electrical components out of the Cinnabar. Oh my god. To whatever the hell you can get it to. Okay, so we're basically... But anything over 200, doesn't that basically waste efficiency? Cooling it, you got a lot of range. Anything over 200 is a waste of heat. Okay, so... Basically, it doesn't matter what temperature this room is. There's nothing in here that can overheat since we're running the aqua tuner in a separate room, right? So we don't actually need this at all. Steam turbine port. You redo water process per second, and you need hotter steam for 100% efficiency. Yeah, me too, Dan. Me too. Okay, so since we have nothing that'll overheat in the room, we more or less just have to make sure that we keep the room hot enough for this. So if it gets above 210 degrees, we shut off the magma. But any of that other heat is fine, although we're actively turning this down because... But the higher the steam temp being processed, the more heat gets transferred to the turbine themselves. Yeah. Auto sweepers. Right, we're going to have auto sweepers. Good point. Because we are going to get the debris out of there, right? So, 275. So if the temperature goes above, let's say, 250, we want the steam turbines to kick on, just to make sure the room doesn't overheat, right? Simplest way is if it's running too hot, add extra aqua tuners to the cooling. Like, I wouldn't worry about the chamber temp, just adjust things around it. Well, this is set up as a fail-safe so that if the chamber gets hot enough to overload... to overheat our sweepers and our loaders that are going to be in here, that it will kick the steam turbines on to balance the temperature of the room. But I'm not overly worried about the steam turbines running full time so much as doing the job on the water. Like this, like we have 2 other volcanoes and 2 other minor volcanoes that we can focus on using magma for power. This specific contraption, our only concern is getting out clean water, salt, and dirt. So the idea isn't to run these steam turbines full time. The idea is to run them with a stabilized temperature within the steam room to boil the water. Right, right. The magma is providing the heat to boil the water. Make a secondary steam room to cool debris to 125 also. Yeah, we might do that with this steam room over here. Because we've got this set up for the aqua tuner for this. And then we could even do something like put a chill tank down here. You know, load this up with water or something. Or whatever the case may be. So we can get it out at like way lower temps. If we care about getting it out at way lower temps. 125 is probably fine. You aren't running the steam turbine. The magma is still hot. You aren't running the steam turbines, the magma is still hot. Right. Okay, so I'm missing something or I'm not communicating something. I'm not sure which it is. Fair warning, if you drop igneous rock into water to cool it off, especially magma that came out of a steam room, it will make steam in your closed room, which is why I used petroleum in my room, so no splashing from hot igneous rock. Right, Dan? Steam room. It will make steam in your closed room, which is why I used petroleum in my room, so no splashing from hot igneous rock. Glorious failure. I'm trying to follow. Okay, so let me explain what my brain is doing, and you guys can explain to me why I'm wrong or why I'm... We'll end the sentence there. My goal is to balance this room so that it only pumps magma when we need it to be hot, because water won't be coming in here at a consistent rate once we get to a certain point. It'll only be coming in at a trickle, right? So we don't... Dear God, I'm losing my voice. All right, so the water comes in, cools down the room. This thing kicks on, sends the magma in. The magma boils the water. When the atmosphere gets in here, gets too much, it opens the shutoff. And lets the water out. At 200C. Right. into the system at 1500 C. The magma goes into the steam room to cool and make steam and cool to about 200 C, the steam room ideal temperature. The atmosphere should be checking for too low, not too high. I was trying to keep the pressure in here at like 20 kilos. So if when it goes above 20 kilos, it pulls the water out. That was what I was going for with this setup. I do this in my steam rooms where I'm doing my industry. Oh dear God, no. See, I'm learning. Needs to be plentiful. So what are we talking, like 90 kilos per tile? Yeah, because 1 ton will clog the vent. Yeah, but how do you do that with the Atmos sensor? But the Atmos sensor only goes up to 20 kilos. Like, I'm not crazy, am I? I mean, I am crazy, but not for that reason. There is a mod that removes the limits from the sensors. I don't use mods like that. We're designing this without those kind of mods. I'll use aesthetic mods and stuff like sweep by type, but I don't use mods that change the mechanics of the game. From Wanderer? Yeah, entirely possible, Dan. I don't know if Wanderer wants to do that. Yeah, can we do this with no mods, is the question. The Atmos sensor stops at 20K. The max that this room can get to and have us still have use of the Atmos sensor is 20K. Yeah, we like complicated. I'm not sure, Leofar. It might blow up or it might not. Wanderer is saying somewhere between 200 and 500 kilos per tile. I mean, we're in a debug world, so it doesn't really matter. You have to limit the input so it doesn't blow up on you without knowing the amount of steam in the room. All right, let me finish setting this up right now as I'm planning it, just because I can't quite grasp it. So let me see it in action. We'll just make a save before I blow things up. We'll just let it blow up, and then I'll understand what the hell we're talking about. So you have limit the amount of water you are pulling out with the steam generators and only put that much back. So you need reservoirs on both ends. Just try it. Magma becomes a rock quite easily with all those turbines. Okay, let's... Do we have everything pumping properly? Oh, right, that needs a sensor, or that's not going to go well. Doesn't matter. If you are if you use a reservoir that you fill with pea water, salt water, whatever, and then have a reservoir of water coming out of the pumps, then you can chain them together to know how much you put in and how much you want to take out. Loosely understand. I loosely understand. It does, Dan. Reservoirs as a limiter. Tachyon, please stop screaming. Please stop screaming. Only when you get to the late game, Dan. What I'm doing is completely unnecessary. We already have a colony that functions really well. We don't need to do this at all. I'm just doing it because this is the fun of the game. Hey, buddy. You want to come say hi again? Come here, sweetheart. This is the baby. I love him. This is the whole reason Daddy doesn't jump out of a plane. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason we picked a planet with a bunch of magma on it. Okay, Aw. He's my whole life. That kitty is just my world. Yeah, he would miss me. When I come home from my day, the first thing I do is sit on the floor and brush him and pet him and play with him. And he's waiting there for me like you would think a dog would. Right, buddy? Yes, you're handsome. Okay. I'm going to set you on 20 seconds. And for the time being, yes, Tachyon. Of course, Tachyon. Okay, so that all seems to be working, right? Pardon my ignorance. What is the clay logo suitcase-looking component on the left of the reservoirs? Oh, this? These are from when you play in Sandbox mode, this is like an infinite water source, and this is an infinite power source, basically. This would be coming from somewhere else. I just used this to fill the cooling loop, and this would be coming from our main power grid. Hey! It's getting out of hand. Go lay down. No. You can sit on my lap, or you can go lay down. No other choices, sir. He wants things that he can't have right now. Pics of my sweetheart. Oh, of course, Dan. We have a cute animals picture section in the Discord, if you want to post pictures over there. Yeah, no problem, Darth. Happy we could help. Okay, so temperature-wise, our cooling loop room seems to be doing what our cooling loop room is supposed to do, right? Yeah, bringing the temp of that liquid down. Perfect. Hey. I can't have this. I know. Lay down. Go lay down. It's like talking to a dog or a child. All right. So, compulsively save, right? He does want to hang out with the dentist. He loves the dentist. So we hook this up. Let's put it on a 1. This is set to magma. And enable auto bottle. This is set to... Okay, so that's magma. I don't think this works. Stop it. Okay, let's do the meat suit maintenance. And we're going to give Tax some attention. He's going to be the weighted part. Oh, okay. All right, you ready, buddy? Come here. All right. So, squats with a kitty. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hop up. Oh, I forgot to do the hydrate with the last meat suit maintenance, so I owe you guys 2 glasses of water. Bottle emptier. Oh, hang on. Hey, buddy. People ask why I don't want children. Because this is more than enough for me. This is more than enough for me. Okay, this is set on enable auto bottle. Once had a cute, very shy house cat. She wouldn't dare crossing the door. Now she has a garden, and she's become a tiger. She scared every cat off, and she's the only cat around. Aww. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's working. I might be missing something because I'm tired, but this has access to 14.7 tons of magma. This is set on magma and enable auto bottle. Well, I'm going to drink another glass of water while we think. Shots while I was trying to be helpful. Oh, awesome. Always happy to have new people posting in the Ani section. It's not working. Oh, wait, the temperature in here might... No. Auto sweeper is on. This has access to magma, and this is set to... Maybe we put up the priority? Yeah, it doesn't work. Alright, we can test this theory, right? That's not working either, so something is wrong. Oh, right, we set this to niobium. Except I don't have a bottle of niobium. So this thing again. Is that long enough to get niobium on the list? No. Oh, it is. Molten niobium. Okay. Molten niobium. You're good now, dupe. Go back to the void. No idea. I was looking for the N instead of the M. That's why I... Like, it looks like it's picking it up. Has access to 6.8 tons. We can put more niobium, theoretically. What mass? 3,600 kilos. There it is. Yep. Right, but what we're now experiencing is that this does not work with magma. Yeah. We got to trust Leofar on these things. Might have to use a magma pump like the ones I used. Yeah. Try cooling what? The magma? That's where we started with this whole thing, was trying to cool the magma to debris and put it on rails to use in a thermal injector. Yeah, that's where we started the day. Sweepy can sweep magma. If it's a sweepable amount of magma, but getting magma to be a sweepable amount of magma. I did. It's now set to magma. See, I don't know. Maybe it's a mod you're using that allows you to use it. Yep. Fair enough, though. That's what tonight's about. This is why we're doing it in a sandbox world, not trying to design it real time in my main world. Yeah. It's weird that the devs allow metal but nothing else. They could easily change that. They could. They definitely could. Explain to me how it's supposed to work. They're in the magma pool. Metal can and is better than magma. Yeah. The Dan, we're realizing how we went wrong here. So if we fill this with liquid niobium instead, we can illustrate. So that becomes niobium. This gets put on niobium. And this thing picks it up using this pitcher pump and puts it into this. We packet limit it to 1 kilo because these pipes can go up to 10. Because liquids can't state change inside of a pipe and break them if it's 1 kilo or less. That 1 kilo flows through the radiant pipes, which heats up the steam room. By the time it gets over to here, when it drops out, it's no longer a liquid. It just comes out as a solid. So in this case, niobium. The problem is that this setup doesn't work with magma, apparently. It only works with liquid niobium. You can do it with water? Molten metal, yeah. I don't think you can, but... yeah, water doesn't work either, Wanderer. Only molten metal. Metal volcano. You could do this with it, or use a magma pump. Yeah, we could use a magma pump. I was also trying to figure out if there was a way to invert Leofar's magma situation to heat from below instead of above from the petroleum boiler that he made. Well, we have metal volcanoes, but I want to make use of the 3 regular volcanoes and 2 minor volcanoes that we have on the map. So that's why we're doing this. Like you said, insanity for the sake of insanity. Adapt Leofar's magma door crusher pump to use for my liquid uranium heater, but I haven't had a reason to engage in that insanity yet. Yeah, Leo's design is just freaking next level. All right. So we have the basics. Let's make some adjustments now, that because this design realistically isn't going to change too much as far as the meat and potatoes of it. So now that that's a thing, let's try and figure out another way to get heat into this room using magma. Crushing magmas. It doesn't actually crush it, delete it, Havoc. It crushes it, moves it. It's a really cool design. Look up the vertical petroleum boiler on Reddit or check the links in our Discord. Leo did something amazing. I'll use that petroleum boiler in every playthrough from now on. And I'm a Francis John fanboy. I've been using his petroleum boiler since I started making petroleum boilers, but Leo's is way better, in my opinion. For that hydrate I missed. Right. If we use a magma pump. Except how you get the magma in. Yeah. I mean, I've done no magma pumping in my life, so that'll be a first too, theoretically. Not a specific pump, and you could call it an exploit, but we'll call it emergent game mechanics. You're not supposed to be able to pump magma because technically the pump would overheat or melt. Yeah, we're tricking the pump. So when we say magma pump, we mean a design. Because if you can't put the highest temperature you could put a pump in. Steel pump and a lot of airflow to. What? Magma pumps in No Man's Sky? $875, and that's with thermium. Yeah. Emergent game design. Yes. Okay, so I'm trying to decide. I really like the idea of using debris, but I've also never pumped magma, so maybe it would be fun to do that. Oh no, we're not going to use the metal volcanoes. We're using a magma volcano. That I'm sure of. We borked it, but it's fun, so it's now a feature from Clay. Yep. Aw, bricked it. Sorry, I'm thinking about a cartoon. Anyway, ad starts in 5 minutes. Thank you guys for your patience and support. I really do. It really means the world to me. You know what? Let's do this. Let's take a quick restroom break during the ad and come back with a clear mind and bladder. How does that sound? Does that sound good to everybody? Because the ad's going to start theoretically in 5 minutes, but I'll just run it now, and I will be right back, and we'll figure out the next bit. All right, guys. I'll see you in a second. Is done on the toilet? 100%. I'll come back with ideas. I'll see you in a second. Okay, everybody, I am back. I see talk of magma pumping with the naphtha blob. I've seen that, but have never done it. I did have okay, so there was something. Right, the pump has to sense liquid in the location. Did it one time, pumped magma like halfway across a map into a steam room. Was stupid. If you decide you want to engage in that particular insanity, I can literally show you a working one on Discord. Sure. I mean, the fun we'll have doing it in a real save is interesting. Okay. The double bridge filter. In the sense that I understand what you're talking about in theory, but have never engaged with it in practice and don't know what it actually looks like. These are words I've heard, but not things I've used, if that makes any sense. I'm trying to, like, I'm still, like, a big fan of using debris. Like, I'm tempted to just bolt on Leofar's petroleum boiler magma crusher thingy. It's your show. Dabbled with it, and I say once is enough. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's go to main menu. Let's activate the blueprint mod so we can just snag it from the other save. We're going to enjoy regardless. I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad you're all enjoying it. I wasn't sure if a Sandbox stream was going to work. I was like, I hope people actually show up. Like, do people actually want to see me Sandbox, oxygen not included? Is that a thing that people want to watch? Apparently so. So thank you guys for showing up for it. It means the world to me. We are watching. Yeah. Dan doesn't even play this game. Legitimately, Dan, it was a really hard choice to, like, I've been, like, dreaming of getting this done for, like, a week, and I was still in my head, like, should I cancel Ani and play No Man's Sky? That's a bunch of nonsense. Let's get rid of that. Right, because couldn't we just use this? No, because that doesn't transfer temperature directly, so it won't chill the... Ooh. You've been bitten by the bug. Yeah. Gotta support the Ani content. Well, thank you. I agree. Okay, so I'm. Is Leofar still here, or do you guys know? I'm assuming the reason that this works is because this is chilled enough by the direct thermal injection that once this touches this tile, it turns to debris, right? So if we don't have this tile transferring heat out of this tile, then this won't turn into debris, right? Right. All right, let me just bring this into the world as is. Use a normal dropper, actually. Just don't build mass so it doesn't for the tile. What do you mean a normal dropper? Yeah. I mean, oh wait, I have to turn on clay play. Yeah. All of us have a normal dropper and an alternate dropper. Yeah. All right, let's stick you. That didn't work. Do I not know how to use blueprints? Did this not copy everything? No, it did. Oh, hold on. Do I need to do Control F4? And Sandbox. Okay, now that should work. There. Wonderful. Right, that was from the yeah, the volcano would be there. All right, my brain is starting to give up on me. Hang on. All right, for the sake of me building something, I'm just going to copy little pieces. So let's say, I mean, it'll be a little lopsided, but let's just say we do some sort of, you know, basic thermal injector setup. Let's start there. And what if we then... essentially just put the weighted plate there. I mean, that won't work exactly. Right, so we need... okay, let me figure this out. So now we need our loader. We need our conveyor shutoff. Conveyor rail thermosensor. This is also Leo's design. Pictures and a short description are posted. All right, cool. Let me check that out in a second. Let me keep focused on this real quick. Happy to do a Discord call if you want it explained in detail and you want to see it working. I'm in someone's game with someone who can explain it. Might possibly do that. Could possibly do that. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're back to this, right? But we want debris to play with. Now, if we were to put that there, it wouldn't heat that up. Okay, hang on. If I understood Leo's design more, I would probably be better at adapting these pieces, but hang on. So what if we put this... Okay, so the magma would come from this side. That would go... I think you guys see what I'm trying to do, right? Would still need the sweeper, though. So how would that connect? If you understood Leo's design more, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. No offense. But that is not the least complicated design I've seen. Oh, no. It is complicated, and I love it. I love this thing, Leo. It's amazing. Simple, yes, simple, no. I only had one problem where I built things out of the wrong material. I put copper rails behind here instead of steel rails. It was bad. Didn't fuck anything up too bad, though. Nah, not everything has to be easy. Okay, so hang on. So, okay. I know how to use copy and paste, right? So let's just say... do temp 1. We can delete blueprint. I'd never use this thing. It doesn't matter. I'm assuming we can delete blueprints. It would be lame if we couldn't. Really? Okay. See, this is kind of what's running in my head. Obviously, we'd have to get the sweeper and loader in there, but something like that. And so, like, everything down here... You see what I'm going for, right? So how do we move this in a way? I thought we were close to having this running, but oh boy, was I wrong. You're right, Dan. If you use the door pump to provide the heat to the plates, then you only really care about the temperature in the steam room, so that becomes your activation condition. Yes, exactly. I'm just trying to figure out how we get this onto the rails that go like, how do we squeeze in the sweeper and stuff, basically. We have to turn the magma into debris first, Mujinzu. So this pump design turns magma into debris. Steps to making an Ani design. 1, make it work. Make it safer. Make it not explode over time. Yep. And then there's the make it smaller stage too, which is the one I never get to. Just pee on it. Right. So by connecting this crusher pump that Leo came up with, I don't know. I don't know. I'm assuming. I don't know if this is like a known thing. I don't pay too much attention to things, but as far as I know, Leo came up with this. We'll be able to get that in there, but this has to touch that. So okay, so necessary parts. Let's start the other way, back where I was. Excellent. Because that thing is freaking badass. I want to study in Leo's dojo 100%. For now, I'm going to put that there. That's not exactly how I want to do that, but that's going to go there for now. Right? Don't need a pump that tall. So just a side note. Okay, cool. Right, it's that tall to accommodate the size of the petroleum boiler. We actually extended the petroleum boiler down by an extra curve. Can't make an essay response right now. Don't worry, Leo. We love you. Okay, hang on. If we... Whatever, let's grab... Oh, I could just use the copy paste. I don't know why I'm using the blueprint tool. I'm an idiot. We don't need to use the blueprint tool. We could just use this. Igneous rocket, 1,435. So if you put it on rails at the point and then run it through the steam room, then you're accomplishing the same thing as the radiant pipes from before. Then you would take it off the rails with the conveyor shut off when the steam room is ideal temperature. Then you just cool it however. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. We just need to turn it into debris first. What if we move the volcano into the steam room, right? Anything is an instrument if you try hard enough, Dan. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm making this the dumb way. It might work, but it won't work long term because there are too many variables that I'm just overlooking or ignoring for that case. Is fine. Need to be where your thermocoupler needs to work the opposite direction now. The cold waste. Dan is starting to get into it. Not the temperature of the plate touching the steam room. Throwing shit at the wall. Okay, then how would we figure that out? Because this would be a vacuum, so we can't measure the temperature of that. Would we have to do something like with steam in the center? Steam and a thermosensor in the center of this, more or less? Temp shift plate, petroleum thermosensor. provided the other bit of that is there. Are we talking something like this? With a dab of petroleum right there? I don't have a system with the gold, Dan. Yeah, it's not enough. We're using magma. We tamed the gold volcano to get the gold, not to use it to refine water. Yeah, liquid niobium, different story. Enclosed and filled with petroleum. Okay. Madman program this game, right? Oh, so same thing I did before is what you're saying? But with petroleum in the middle? We're talking like that? Comedy that rhymes with play. So I say steam is better. I would personally think steam because if this gets too hot, then we're dealing with sour gas instead of steam, right? Steam is just going to turn into hotter steam. Petroleum will flash to sour gas. Is that what you're thinking, Havoc? Is to prevent that, but even if it does flash to sour gas, it will still work, just be a little less responsive. Regulate the temperature. Liquid uranium, right? Right. Yeah, brain is starting to get cooked. All right, thank you, Leofar. I just think you got okay. So how do I so all of the other things aside, this bit I like, right? This is more or less what I pictured in my head when I wanted to start this project. Obviously, power run to the door, power run to this, and these things cooled by conductive panels, right? Because this will just rotate the igneous rock on this rail, keeping these tiles, and when this door closed, this door. Standard issue thermal injector. If this goes below 190 degrees, close the door, right? Keeps this room nice and hot. That is my thought process with that. The only problem I have with this is how do I turn the magma into debris first? And that's what I'm trying to solve for in a way that isn't insanely complicated. Needed will be a 3x3 box with a lot of mass, steam, and very conductive metal tiles and the temp shift plate inside. Magma will slag down the conveyor rails, the conveyor input, etc. What do you mean slag down? If everything is made out of steel, it shouldn't melt anything, right? Okay. If I have conductive panels like that, will it affect the igneous rock on the rails? Yeah. I was trying to do the mesh tile design, and the problem with that is it's not going directly into a steam room. It's going into a vacuum. I guess we would also need one here. So cooling loop comes through and cools these machines, right? And as long as that cooling loop is not pulling heat off the rails, this is how I would this system would work, right? Right. Sorry. The I always forget that the shut off doesn't need to be cooled. Okay. So this is what I want to use. The problem I'm having adapting Leo's design is that, as far as I understand it, because this is directly injecting heat into here and this is running constantly to boil oil, this gets enough chill from this situation to do that, right? If this exists in a vacuum and is not directly touching anything that pulls heat out of it, then it won't. It'll once this heats up to the temperature of the magma, it'll no longer convert to debris, right? Because where we started with the day was doing this, but with the mesh tile thing attached to it. It would have been over in the corner instead of here. Different story, but like I know the mesh tile thing. or like whatever. The magma like comes over here and drips down here, and you put a temp shift plate here, and there's a steam room here. I've done that before, but if this is a vacuum, then how does this work? We're going to run a loop. Sorry. I'm trying to, like, not draw everything. Not clean, but more or less, and backwards, but I was planning on doing something like this. Since we're using this aqua tuner, we're going to actively cool it. But I know what you're saying. If it bridges across, the steam room could, like, passively cool it. Right. Yeah. 100%. First time ever on Twitch? Welcome, Angie. This is not what normal Twitch is about. Normally there's a lot more curses, loud noises, and stuff like that, but that's not the type of stream we are. We're the nerdiest stream in the world. Different temperatures. It's all good, nerds rule. Contactless pumps and sweepy. I'm broken. Do the same thing, just running a passive cooling line into the steam room and use it to cool the metal tiles where Leofar's pump deposits the magma. Magma, right. This is way harder than I thought it was going to be. Drag into the magma planet. Oh, I always need sleep, Wanderer. I always need sleep. I don't sleep enough at all. I'm also not as good at this game as you guys. Professional brain fire. Uh-huh. I know. Hang on. I can kind of see a piece of what I'm trying to do here. would end up doing that. Oh, wait. It says magma demands food, right? Yeah, this is not going to get any easier with me sleeping, though. I mean, the thing is this bit has been worked out for a long time. Like, this I understand. All of this makes sense, and we had this worked out already. We've just kind of gone in a whole big circle of, like, trying to find an alternate method with running it through pipes, which is fun. I liked that adventure. That was a good adventure. But I'm trying to figure out how we can use... I can almost see it. I can almost see it. All right, hang on. Get the magma where you want it. Just have to put it together. Okay. Let me try and explain what I'm thinking. That's why I got quiet for a second. So, let's say we have our mesh tile situation, right? Volcano, magma, etc., this and that, right? But it's not near this enough yet, but let me just work out what I'm thinking with you guys. No, that doesn't work. Ah, steam will break through. Won't it? Nope, that's not gonna... Yeah. Okay, so... Oh, yeah, okay. I think I know what I'm trying to do here. Door. Okay, that doesn't actually need to be there. Where's our copy paste thing? Now, obviously, this work. Oh wait, are we working on the new one? We are working on the new one, right? Don't know how water got there, but I mean I do, but so what temperature did you say it turns to debris at? 1400, right? So magma drips in here 1412. Okay. Oh no. One, two, three, four doesn't reach. Which is more important to you? And this is a serious question. I'm a scientist. I get it. Figuring it out or an answer. Because you've done all the legwork for an answer. I can put it together in Sandbox and show it to you. If you want to controlled flow, you want a conveyor meter. A 4x geotune volcano needs 7 turbines. We're not geotuning the volcano. I don't know, Wander. I don't like. I used Leo's design. I don't mind using the. I like to understand things, and we're gonna stream for probably another 2 hours, so I don't mind not having the answers I don't mind being given the answer is what I was trying to say. Sorry. My plan was to design this over the weekend, but I tried to engage in healthy activity per my therapist and not make myself work all weekend and take some time to hang out with my friend. So instead of designing this, I actually took some time to enjoy myself a little bit. Why can't I build there? You do not like me, do you, game? You do not like me. Fuck you. Game is already too complex. Just following an existing build is a struggle. Yeah. Agreed. Lurk for a while because I think that figuring these things out is a good chunk of what the game has to offer. Yeah. I can change this though. This was based on needing exactly 2 tiles. We don't need exactly 2 tiles for what we're doing here. Nope, I still think the other one works better, but... Ah, you son of a bitch. Okay. Minus all of the piping to do the cooling and whatever we're doing with the aqua tuner. I feel like this might actually work. You guys tell me how I'm wrong. So if it gets, let's just say 1400 for the sake of like time delay. If this starts to get above 1400 degrees, it'll close this door to suck some chill, quote unquote. 200 degrees is far from chilly, but compared to 1400, it will suck just enough chill out of there to bring this tile back down to 1400 degrees. So the debris will get cooled to 1400 degrees and exist as debris there. Since this door maintains its open status unless it needs chilling in here, this thing should, from what I can tell, is able to see that tile, meaning it can reach through the tile and grab the debris and put them onto this doesn't need to be here. Ignore that one. which means this can reach through, grab the debris, and put it on that loader, right? That loader sends it through these metal tiles. This door is set to close with a thermosensor up here. Have no limiter on the input of the lava is a big problem. To solve, use a pressure plate under the temp shift plate. No limiter on the input of the lava. But I mean, in theory, couldn't we just store an infinite amount of debris here? Just an infinite amount of 1400 degree debris? You combat that with your thermal coupler. I mean, Havoc, I could flip that question on you and say, why not? Or why? Like, whether you store, like, it has to cool down enough to be debris, right? So whether you store it as magma in the tank or debris on this tile, it doesn't matter, except magma in the tank takes up more space, and debris on the tile, you can stack an infinite amount on a single tile. So this would allow us to make our magma tank, not that it matters, but in theory, we could just make our magma tank like, that's the most it would need to be. In fact, we could even cut this down. 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be the neutronium of the bottom of the magma tank, and the volcano could sit here, and then we could put that chill room here. And in case we need it, we can stick 2 aqua tuners in here since we're not using supercoolant. This runs the cooling loop that cools all of the steam turbines and these components down here. Running the pipe to them is going to be a strange little journey that we're going to have to go on, but eventually your debris will heat up your steam room instead of your steam room cooling your debris. I see where you're going. That's the spirit. Can't just let him have anything. Always gotta throw more problems out. No, for real. That's oxygen not included. It is a problem solving game. It's a giant infinite puzzle that has all like a million different answers to it, and then every answer creates more questions. Okay, hang on. Let's... Will it eventually, though? So only a small amount of debris is going to get introduced at a time. Like, the volcano literally erupts, and the amount that it pops out is the amount that lands in there, and then it has until the next eruption to cool back down. Your current solution would work forever, by the way. I can't tell if you're serious, Havoc, or if you're being sarcastic. Tap 2 high sensor to disable the sweeper or loader just to be safe. Okay, hold on. I think I follow where we're going with this. Yeah, temp 2 high sensor, that's what I was planning on doing. That's this over here. If the temperature goes above, let's say, 210, you turn on the steam turbines and then cycle the water back into the steam room to cool it down. That deals with that. If the pressure goes above 20 kilos, you allow that water to go out as well as turning on the steam turbines. And if the temperature drops below a temperature in here because we're pulling water out, then this tells this door to close. Meanwhile, it's just cycling on the rails. So if the temperature is too high in here from this thing cooling this off, it turns on the steam turbines but doesn't pull out the water to bring the temperature in here back down, which then essentially is how we keep this cool. And cool meaning 1400 degrees. And then whenever this rail gets empty, this thing adds to it. And whenever, I mean, I guess I should just draw everything so that you guys are on, we're all on the same page. This comes up here. Let's just say it comes up there for now, for the sake of, it'll go somewhere else. But for now, let's say it's just getting dropped up in this steam room. Oh shit, were we on an ad break? Was I explaining all of that to people who weren't sitting here? Should I run through my thought process again? Oh, you have turbo. Okay. So am I correct in those assumptions? I mean, again, I don't sleep enough. Like, that is a given. But that's never going to change, so... There's not really anything we could do to mitigate that circumstance. It will work-ish. I mean, I don't know. I'll take ish at this point. I mean, the hardest part is going to be running the pipes so that they don't actually get burst for the cooling loop. Sorry, I should specify these things. Okay, explain, Wanderer. I mean, my colony's going to go a long time, so what concerns would show up after a long time? Want to use a coolant other than any kind of water in cooling the aqua tuner and the conveyor loader because water will flash too fast. Oh, the sweeper and the loader. I mean, we could run a petroleum loop. Pretty much any liquid, Dan. Using pipes. I like having my steam room blow up on reload because the game said, nah, not now. It's handling the very hot igneous rock, yes. You said aqua tuner and conveyor loader. I was just making sure you meant sweeper and loader. Okay. Well, fuck it. Let's just run the wires and see what we'll put it on 3x and see what it works. I mean, we got a couple of more hours to stream. If this is a solution that works-ish, let's just run the goddamn pipes and see what happens. Right? Fuck it. Yeah, it's a matter of how fast heat will exchange. The best is supercoolant, but early game you usually use polluted water. Yeah, almost always. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. We don't want to run through that metal tile. That would be problematic. No, not out of steel. We're going to get Dan into this. Dan's going to be like, all right, I don't know what the hell you people are doing, but I want in. Does that hit the right spot, or does that need to be... PTW. I think we have access to nectar. We'd have to do a little finagling to get enough of it, but we've got plenty of bonbon trees. We could set up... we've collected a little bit. We could set up kind of a BS bonbon tree plant to get enough nectar to run a cooling loop, but that might take some time that, you know... Not that we don't have, but... Introducing people to Ani. It's like giving something a visit card from Insane Asylum. Waiting for you to give up and switch back to No Man's Sky. I mean, we'll definitely play in No Man's Sky tomorrow. I think running the pea water through that, even with... Crossing the steam room makes me... I don't like crossing the steam room with cooling pipes, but I don't see what choice we have given the design. Right, and liquid pipe thermosensor here and here. You go there. One thing I didn't account for is space for a... Screw it. I'm just going to throw down a tank somewhere. Like I said, we can make it clean after it blows up. There's honestly not many people streaming it, and most of them are boring. Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. What, No Man's Sky or this game? I'm guessing you mean No Man's Sky, but... Alright, let's let that fill up. Meanwhile... I mean, I just got into it. When you guys said that there's an update coming out, I was like, hell the fuck yeah. I came in at the right time. I'm gonna get you guys to teach me as much as possible before said update comes out. I might move this over here. Yeah. Pay no attention to what just happened. Oh, that whole part where I do have to get power into all of this, right? How do I want to deal with that? How do I want to deal with that? Make it pretty is step 4. Yeah, exactly. Finally have a first day for work. This has been the slowest hiring process I've ever been a part of. Congratulations, Cassie. Hell yeah, high five. That's freaking awesome. Hi, Hakuna Matata. Welcome to the madness. We're doing dumb shit. I'm learning. No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is treating me amazing. It's just I've had this thing in my head for so goddamn long that I'm trying to do this, and everybody's here being super helpful. I actually can't wait to play No Man's Sky tomorrow night. It's going to be amazing. All right, for now, you can just go over here like that. Just out of my way. power can go there. All right, this is actually gonna move. Okay, so that's gonna stay-ish. That gives us room for you here. Yep. Ah, gotta love polluted water. Okay. Heavy watt conductive wire runs there. Right. That whole part where I need a transformer to get to this stuff. There's a pattern to what he does. He will tweet an emoji related to whatever the update is, announce it. Then a couple days later, if it's bigger update that involves an expedition, he will tweet 3 of them. Then if it's a huge update, it will be a cowboy emoji. Then it comes out mostly the same day. So he posted the 3 emojis yesterday, I think. Awesome. I love that. The nonsense that is developers. Max out your water line with 2 aqua tuners. A friend who decided to become a monk by the time No Man's Sky came out. He's still a monk and still talks about No Man's Sky, so I might believe you. He means the 6 steam turbines. 5 steam turbines is full. Yeah, this steam turbine is just for this room here. These 5 are for the main chamber. Do I have 6? God damn it, there's not supposed to be 6. Thank you. That was a typo. I know it's not a typo, but you know what I mean. Yeah. I'm we've been going for a long time and I don't sleep very much. Linder False, I can't pronounce your name. Tell me what to call you, because Lalinder Falassian? Lalinder Falassian? Is that correct? Alright, there is too much liquid there. We'll deal with that in a second. Hold on, game. Hold my beer. Okay, now automation wire-wise, this now needs to get flipped again. This does not need to be here. At least not for now. Well, I'll deal with that later. Yes. Oh, and when it's time for the update, the game will go on sale on all platforms. It's on sale on a few, but not all last time I looked. Yeah, I got it because it was on sale for the spring sale, along with Cyberpunk, which I absolutely hated. Thank you for cheering. I really appreciate that, Wanderer.
A monk and a rabbit walk into a blood donation clinic to donate blood. The nurse starts calling them in one by one, gets to the rabbit and asks, "Do you know your blood type?" The rabbit replies, "I think I'm a type O."
Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, Wanderer. Thank you. Cheers to you. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's amazing. That's fantastic. Oh. You're laughing at that. You clearly need to be asleep right now. It's possible. It's possible. Is he explaining this joke? I'm not sure, and I don't want to share. Rabbit, a priest, a monk, and a is a. Oh, brain pills. Everybody take your evening meds. Yeah, rabbit would be a typo to replace the word rabbi. Thank you guys. I fucking love that. No, Tack, that is not the "it's time to go out" alarm. Okay. While I'm figuring things out, let's set up that dev pump thing one more time so that we can actually get the things we need in here. Probably should have taken my meds today. There is always tomorrow, right? I have ADHD and bipolar meds that I take. Bipolar and ADHD, one of the ADHD meds at night, and then another ADHD one in the morning. And it has been an absolutely wonderful experience for me. Meds are not necessarily for everybody, but they work amazing for the issues I have. Alright, that's going to fill that. Okay, hang on a second. I need to solve for Transformer. Alright. We're going to do this a little backwards. Just a little backwards. Alright, we're just going to cram one of these guys in here. Actually, no, that has to be the other way around. So when do I get to see this thing running? Shortly. Very shortly. Hopefully. You mean when do you get to see it break? This is oxygen not included. It's designing something for a week to watch it work for 10 minutes, and then you move on to the next thing while it works in the background. Better be fantastic. We're just boiling water. That's the funny thing about this whole situation is we're just boiling water. Alright, this doesn't work because it screws up that thing. Okay, so screw you, game. Alright, that doesn't work. Right? Wait, no, it could work. No? Yes? No, it could work. Nuclear power plant just boils water. Don't diminish your accomplishments. No, Dan, that's in the cards. You can make a nuclear reactor in this game. We will be making a nuclear reactor once we find a planet that's got enough uranium. I know you're kidding, but that is legitimately something we're going to be doing. And radioactive bees. Yes, we need the radioactive bees to make the nuclear reactor. I wish that was a joke. Oh my god. Oh, this is so good. So good. I think I know I'm overthinking things, but I think I did something, undid it, and now I'm going to redo it. That's probably what's going to happen here, right? Man, Point Break is on this TV at work. Haven't seen that movie in ages. Oh. Welcome to the funny farm, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there is a clip of me just losing my mind laughing for like friggin' minutes. Check out anytime, but you can never leave. Boy, howdy. I'm going to save real quick because I'm clicking real fast and I'm going to fuck something up. I know it. Oh, that's a Carvin 6-string fretless bass with a neck-through design and some crazy pickup configuration with a 3-band EQ that you can change between passive and active using a switch built into the volume knob. There's a blend knob between the single coil and the humbucker, and a blend knob between the two of those and the piezo and the bridge, along with a switch to coil tap the humbucker. Yeah, I spent most of my life doing music. Yes, I am. I could tell you about my amp, too. It's a Mesa Boogie Titan V12. 1200 watt MOSFET back end. 12 AX7 front end tubes. 2 channels, switchable distortion, switchable between channels, switchable inputs. Ask me how often I play. I went hard on music for a long time and burnt the fuck out. You can leave your hat on and muse. I'm starting to think it wasn't the medical that made you broke. You talk about your bass like I talk about my car. Seems left-handed. It's because I have my my camera flipped. Never trust left and right-handed in a streamer's camera. Okay. I feel lied to. Okay, actually, before we release this beast here... Right, Steam needs to be in this room as well. This thing is officially going the wrong way. Oh my god. Okay, so you, sir, you will break everything. Right. You know we're getting close to turning it on when someone starts saving every 30 seconds. Okay. Let's say above 25C on these. Oh, and I gotta finish the automation over here. Right. Atmos sensor. Thermo sensor. Automation wire goes here. Automation wire goes like this. And then we need a buffer. There. We'll put you all the way up. If it's above, no, above. You, sir, we're going to put you on about 20 seconds. Give or take, that should be fine. You, if this is above 210C, let's call it. Right, that'll kick it on. You, if this is above, say, 185, might be a margin that's too thin. I won't break. Maybe it will not be so efficient. I will laugh when you design your first sour gas boiler and it doesn't break until after it's been running for 10 minutes. Oh yeah, that'll be fun. Fun story, Wanderer. I haven't built a sour gas boiler, but the first one I want to do is one that runs on plastic instead of oil. Because I like to do things the hard way. I can't. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm losing it. Sir, what'd you get? Fair enough. Alright, let's get a little water into our buffer tank. Alright, power is connected to everything. Pipes look right. Automation looks right. Rails, almost. This needs to be set on igneous. Oh, and this automation thing needs to be set as well. Dear God. If you're below... let's call that 250 for now. Take time to dial. Is viable if you have frames to spare. Frames? Oh, yeah. I mean, I ran a colony to 5,000 cycles with like 70 duplicants, most of which were on the main planet, and I didn't have any problems with frames. This is such a terrible idea. That blob there worries me. My largest colony was 3,000 cycles old. I mean, I'm not going to say it was a great colony. I mean, we did a lot of stuff, but that colony freaking broke me by the end. Like, it legitimately broke me. I had so much stuff going on, and it was just like... It was the very first time I built a petroleum boiler, first time, like, petroleum rockets, first time trying to build on the tree planet. That didn't go so well. That's about where I gave up, was when we were building the base on the tree planet. God, so many things happened in that playthrough. The duplicant population got out of control. Like, I didn't have anything dialed in. I learned so much from that playthrough. It was my first time on Volcanea, which is one of the reasons I wanted to come back and play another playthrough on Volcanea, because that was like 1,000 hours or more of game time ago. So, like, I've learned so much since then. With dried food, I bet. All right, let's hit another save. Is it time to actually introduce the magma into this equation? See if this thing actually works? What do you set to? Invalid port overlap. What do you mean, PC load letter? That doesn't make any sense. Is that one of those things where I have to reload the game? I feel like that's happened to me before and I had to reload the game. Invalid port overlap. What the fuck are you talking about? PC load letter my ass. Well, we made a save. I think we give it the lava and see what happens. God, this is such a dumb way of doing things. I've seen that happen before, and it was just a matter of reloading. My God, I hope this works. Okay, this is not working, because that should all be flashing immediately. Okay, let's reload. Oh, did I not put the automation wire in there? Yeah, but this only got to 1300 when we did that. Fuck, this is the wrong one. You missed it not working, but yeah. Okay, there we go. Yes. All right. Let's see what went wrong. Periodically have to go to work, do work. Fair enough. So that breaks and goes in here. But this doesn't keep flashing, even though it's only 623 degrees in here. What are we doing wrong? What do you mean? Oh, no shit. I thought they're supposed to chill the 8 tiles around them. Or yeah, it works in a 3x3 area. Like it should transfer heat between all of these tiles. It is. It's heating up the insulated tile. Yep, it's heating up this one. Yeah, they work at a diagonal. Okay, so this was in the right spot earlier. That's got to be there. Really? Damn it. Let's go play Nintendo. Okay. We're almost there. We almost have it. Why not change the insulated tiles beside the mesh to metal tiles? Good call. Alright, so that is not the right timer. madness. We are spoiling no timer pressure sensor on the first or last magma tile. This is terrible. Oh, wrong button. That's supposed to be vacuum. You appear to have a tile inside the tile. Yeah, I do believe you are correct, sir. There is a cricket in my room. Historically not healthy for the cricket. My cat is passed out. Ooh. Alright, hold on. We do sneaky kitty pictures when he's sleeping on the bed. Because if I look directly at him, it's like looking directly at the sun. You know, he'll Okay, that's perfect. No, that's not good enough. Hold on. Let me try and get another one. And you'll have to pardon the mess of my bed. Right? He likes to scream. Just wake up and scream till you get what you want. It's the way of the cats. Okay, so posting cute animal pic and cute animal pics. If anybody wants to see what my cat is doing right now, it's now up in the Discord. He chooses violence every day. It's not his fault. For the first 2.5 years that I had him, I was home all day with him, and now that I've got a work schedule, he's not happy about me being out all day long. There's no problem letting you know how you're fucking up. Oh, absolutely. We're still not even done with the design. We still have to bring the water in from outside. We're literally just testing the magma dropper at this point. We're snoozing the ad. You know, I was about to ask when we were going to boil some water. As soon as we know that this part works. One piece at a time. So much of Ani is just opening and closing doors. That looked promising. Yes! Yes! Oh my god. 4.5 hours later. Oh my god. We're technically still a ways from using igneous rock to boil water. We're currently struggling with making rock. I think we broke the rock paradigm though. Oh my god. Is it over yet? They're not going to unload until enough heat has been sucked out of the igneous rock on the rails. Like, the idea is they stay on the rails until it gets below what we have set now is 250. The only reason it came down so much is it had to heat up the metal tiles. So we're literally at the point where we can start bringing water in. What do you mean, why is it open? Because we're not doing anything to cool this down. It's at the temperature. It's at temperature. So once we start bringing water down, this room will start to cool. This will say, hey, it's too cold in here. It'll close the door and inject. This one is doing its job correctly. Yeah, the only problem with that, Dan, is then the magma turns solid. We'd have to install robo-miners, but it's theoretically possible. It's just another way to approach the problem. Okay, so I'm going to save this again. Yeah, and keep the robo-miners at temp. That is a thing. Okay, you, sir. Yes, the answer is yes. Okay. I'm fairly certain this first way is not going to work. But let's try the dumb way first. Not sure how we wound up with sour gas out here. I feel like that's like something you say all the time in Ani. It's like, oh, I'm not sure how we wound up with sour gas out here. Oh, did I break a pipe out here? Oh my god. Sooner or later, everything boils petroleum. Man, did you ever say it. I'm gonna crash the game with this. There's got to be a better way to do this, but... Oh, because there's debris down here. Is this actually working? Is this actually fucking working? Oh, so good. So, Dan, this thing is basically like a dev tool. So it's not really going anywhere. It's just getting dropped off of this cliff, and it's pooling down here. In the real save, it'll go to my actual water tank, but right now we're just dropping it over here. The door is staying completely engaged, though. How does steam keep... Oh. This thing is overheating, right? No. Where is the heat that's boiling the water? It's down here somewhere. That should not be turning to steam. The rocks you dropped heated up the insulated tile. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so... Good call. $12. 12.2. I mean, we don't actually have this much water coming in, but... Humanity has spent a disproportionate amount of time finding progressively more complicated ways to boil water. Do we represent the sum total of humanity? Unfortunately, we all do, yes. Yay! I'm human. And you wanted me to go to bed, Wanderer. Anytime you start thinking you should be proud to be human, consider some of your fellow humans. Somehow we're still boiling this water down here. Oh, it touched the side. Yep, okay. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. This is why I so often double and triple layer insulated tiles. Yeah. Does this work? Does this actually fucking work? I mean, I have no idea if the volcano I have produces enough magma to maintain this. It's just gonna heat up again. I think the magma tank is touching the wall. Yeah. How long will it take to heat up, though? There we go. Did I? No, it's obsidian. When I do the sandbox mode, I just make everything out of obsidian and steel. And then when I want to figure out how to do it for real. We're running on 3. Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you mean when you say that. Important question. What is the question, Dan? Is the question, are we going to play No Man's Sky for the last hour and a half? Funny story, Dan. We don't need this water. None of this is necessary at all. Yeah, 100%, Delica. Like, we have plenty of water from other sources. I don't know. I think we got the payoff here. So the fun bit is I was thinking about that because not only do we have the 2 salt water and the polluted water from the toilets, you know, other random water sources that we can boil in here, we also have it's like I said, we have an excess of water. So unless we want to flood the map like Francis did in his most recent playthrough, which I don't really want to do, we got to find something to do with the water, or send it into infinite storage, or dump the excess into space. So my roundabout plan is that we're gonna take the excess water and and build more spawns to process it, and then prioritize it going to a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen machine for the inevitability of hydrogen rockets. And once that fills to a certain amount, overflow the remaining hydrogen to a massive hydrogen generator farm. With solid oxygen. I like that plan. Oh, bristle blossoms. Yeah, that's another thing we could do with the water. And feed it all to the tree? Oh, we could make like a gigantic bristle blossom farm and just send fucking bristle blossom to the tree. And then a nuclear reactor. Yeah, of course. As soon as we get to a planet with bees. We've done that before. Are you talking about the thing with the electrolyzer setup where the extra water gets turned into hydrogen to burn off? Mixed berry pie. Yeah, we're definitely doing mixed berry pie. I'd love to do mixed berry pie and frost burgers and then feed the dupes on one of them and send the other one to the tree. Oh, it's so dope. Great idea, Wanderer. Screw my idea. We've got plenty of other ways to produce power. We're gonna have to get into the magma pump for the other magma. I mean, the stuff that's beneath the surface we can spike and then go in and chop up, but I can drop my nuclear reactor in Discord if people want to see an example. It's a basic Francis John model. Yeah, sure, Delicoth. I've done Francis John model. Not that I'm going to say I can improve on it, but I kind of want to make it more symmetrical and maybe go with a double reactor. CLRR. What's a CLRR? Make a breeder reactor and make nuclear rockets. There are nuclear rockets, Dan. They don't have quite as long a range as the petroleum rockets or the hydrogen rockets, but there are nuclear powered rockets. You harvest rad bolts from radiation and use that to power the rocket. You run 40 steam turbines off one reactor by not giving it enough water. Oh, right. I know you are, Dan. Funny thing is, all of them work. You're like, make a nuclear reactor. Oh, we will. Power the rockets off of nuclear power. We will. Nuclear reactor, yeah. So we're boiling 10 kilos a minute of polluted water. And we're building up a backlog of igneous rock. We're up to 15 tons of igneous rock sitting in there at 1405. What's a breeder reactor? Are we talking about critters? You enrich the uranium by feeding it to bees. You do kind of keep a ranch of bees so that you can feed it to the bees to make enriched uranium, and you use the enriched uranium in a nuclear reactor, so yes. Yeah, there's a centrifuge, but the most efficient way is bees. I thought you were talking about breeding critters. Nuclear bombs. If you choke the reactor of water, it will explode. and cause corium buildup, which you need a special skill to mine out. The bees are the most efficient. Yeah. Yeah, the reactor is a bomb. Okay. Okay, so we have another step, guys. And it requires a mod that I wasn't able to get working before we got in here. We need to see what negative 10 degree... What's the... Is it brine or salt water that comes out of the cool salt geyser? I can just... Let me just load the game. That's how Fukushima and Chernobyl happened. Yeah. Brine comes out of it. Okay. Well, I already started loading the save. Where is this goddamn thing? Right here. Brine at negative 10C. Average output of 15.33. Okay, so let's go with 1.6 kilos. We'll packet limit it to 1.6, provided we're not going to have an input buffer, but provided we do. And we could also run it at 4.3. Let's run it at 4.3 kilos and see if it can handle, because there's other things we can do to make it more efficient, right? Same as pea water. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't install the mod to adjust temperature of incoming water. I tried to do that before stream and it broke a little bit, so... I think it's free resource buildings. I want to pull more than 4 kilos, but you can only pull the output of 2 turbines out. That simplifies your question of how to limit it so you don't run the turbine dry. The turbine won't run dry because of the Atmos sensor. Wait, we restarted, so... Ah. Like, it'll pull a full pipe, but only for 20 seconds, which shouldn't be enough to run them dry. And then it'll turn off. Okay, that should give us what we need, right? Yeah, liquid source. So... .3 kilos of brine at negative 10 degrees. It handles that better than the 10 kilos of pea water. The density in here will fluctuate, but it won't take too much out. Like, the density in here is now down to 19 kilos. But it's still cooking the water. Now it raised above 20 kilos and it takes out water for 20 seconds in a full pipe. Drops to 19, 18, goes down to 18.5, starts filling back up again as the water comes back in. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so hold on. That's true. That is true. No, it doesn't matter because the shutoff only goes on when the pressure is above. If the temperature is above, it cycles the water back into the steam chamber. It's not 100% efficient or anything like that, but it works. It won't run the steam room dry. I do this in my my industrial saunas. Hang on, I want to check the outputs and then I'll show you what I'm talking about when we go back over there. So you add 9.9 kilos at 95. 9.9. Okay. I'm not following, Wanderer. What do you mean there's no water in that pipe? Alright, so now we're putting in too much water. But this won't happen. This won't happen constantly. Because on average, we're only putting out whatever amount. Okay, so if we snip this pipe, it'll stop being water positive in the steam room. If the steam room overheats, this thermosensor tells the turbines to go on, and it's separate from the delay on the atmos sensor. So the steam turbines will go on, and since there's no signal being sent to the shutoff, the water will go into the steam room instead. So this sensor being on cools the steam in here. Which, again, might be wasteful in efficiency terms, so there's definitely some tweaks and adjustments that can be done here, but it works. The magma. When the magma goes through the mesh tile, it's forced through the corner, emergent gamer mechanics, and turned into debris. Once it's debris, this thing can pick it up through the corner and put it in this thing, which outputs it as debris on rails. The rails circle around, heating up this metal plate. Whenever this room needs heat, it closes this door. That door allows heat to move from this tile to this tile, which heats up the room. Now, the thing is, we're going to put this igneous rock is not just going to get dumped in here. I'll put it on a rail that sends it out of the box into like a tank that's chilled by an aqua tuner. So there's more to this design that needs to happen, lots of tweaks and efficiencies that need to be done. But for now, we have a working model. And it's working the opposite way, Dan, over here with this one. The magma needs to be cooled just enough to solidify inside these tiles. So whenever the steam in this little tile gets below a certain temperature or above a certain temperature, it tells this door to close, which connects the 200 degree heat in here with the 1400 and something degree heat here, pulling it down below 1425 or 14 whatever, and 17, whatever it is. And then that solidifies inside that tile and dumps it over here. And that doesn't interact with anything in this chamber because this chamber is a vacuum. This game is insanity. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is absolutely insanity. Yeah. So this is going to cause problem, this igneous rock. Absolutely. I think if that's what you're talking about, Wanderer, this igneous rock's not going to stay in this room. This is going to get swept out of the room, which is easy. That part I know how to do very easily. I've done it a million times before. So I'm not worried about the temperature that this is creating because that won't exist. This is just for testing purposes, is sitting there. Want to change the topmost metal tile next to the mesh tile back to insulated. So the magma state changes in the bottom tile, not in the top tile, and clogs your system. Ooh. Fair assessment. Good call. Oh. It almost didn't work there because of the change. I still think it will go into a bad state if it's running for too long without input water, but it's hard to prove and it's probably not necessary to deal with. Why would it go into a bad state? Here, let's shut off the input water. The igneous rock. So? Why is that bad? It won't melt the steel. We could use diamond instead. That has a higher melting point. Diamond would actually probably be a more efficient use of the tiles. Maybe not. May. I mean, unless it gets hot enough. Okay. At what temperature does dirt turn into a solid tile? Because I could see that being a problem. If this heats up to a very high temperature, then when we bring polluted dirt in here, if there's polluted dirt debris, the first time this door closes, if too much heat transfers over too fast, it might flash the debris of dirt into solid tile of dirt. I don't think that'll actually tell us in here. We might have to Google that shit. Hey, Theron. We're in the designing map. All right, we got to Google this shit. This is something that could come back to bite us. Oxygen not included. What temp does dirt turn into a solid tile? Yeah. How you doing, Theron? I mean, I'm here every night. How have you been? I hope you're away for good reasons. I've been busy. I got the job. Hell yeah! Congratulations. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think it might be worth it to extend this guy over. I mean, hell, if we wanted to, we could do... Actually, if we wanted to, Let's try that build. Oh, I deleted our stockpile of magma. Theron, we designed this together as a team. See, now the steam turbines are kicking on because the heat from this magma is getting injected over here. So we're losing efficiency. I mean, it's not really that bad, actually. The debris not going to stay in there, Wayfinder. Or Wayfinder? Wanderer, sorry. I don't know why I want to call you Wayfinder. Like, here, if it makes you happy... That's a more accurate representation. Radiant pipe to cool the metal tile. You're talking about this metal tile. Alright, let me see if I follow. What you're talking about doing is more or less... And we've got steam in here. That's why I don't want to run the because we're dealing with polluted water, remember. If we had super coolant, that would be a different story. Yep, flash is too fast, 100%. Yeah, now it's too hot over here. That needs to be an insulated tile. And that needs to be an insulated tile. Which means this doesn't need to be a metal tile at all. Okay, that means these gotta go away. Because they're injecting heat into there. Which building? Okay, other than that... I'm in here for 3 hours, but just listening. Alright, Scott, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Although what we could do... The minor tweaks. And almost 800k nanites. I have 900k on pirate legal technologies trying to make my jetpack better. Now I can say I'm effing rocket. That's awesome, COD. I can't wait to play tomorrow night. We're gonna continue the main story tomorrow night, but I have plans. I have big plans. Mining outfit, all sorts of things. Oh, that was a good stretch for my fingers. Oh, this game, I just have the courage to play. What game? Ani or No Man's Sky? Oh, I love this game. This and RimWorld, I have like thousands of hours between the two of them. I think we might have hit no, we're not at 1900, but we'll hit 2,000 hours in this game in the next week or so. And RimWorld, I think I have like 2,400 or 2,600, something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. My mind doesn't stop to thinking about what I can build and automate. I'll tell you the same thing I tell everyone. Quit when it stops being fun. It's a game, you should enjoy it. Yeah, because you spend so much time making stuff that doesn't matter. Nothing matters at the end of the day. I mean, not even life matters. Not to get philosophical or anything. I'm just trying to do things that make the brain juice happy. Thank you, COD. I appreciate that. I can't believe it took us friggin' five plus hours to get to this point. There's so much we could do to make this more efficient. Like, so much we could do. Like, at the very least, dial the temperatures in a little bit better. Also, how much cold water did we say was coming in? Over 4, right? Nope. 200 degrees. 211 over there. 180 over here. It's colder because this is shifting. We don't have any water input. Right now, we're cooling the room down to turn the magma to debris. Oh yeah, it's when the magma runs dry too. The room, if the room's not getting water, it's still heating up because we're injecting chill into the, like we're taking heat out of the magma and dumping it into this room. So the room's not going to get colder until we run out of magma. Once all of the magma is done and the volcano is dormant and it's sitting here as debris, the room will stabilize. So let's snip that. The room is at 230 degrees at the moment. So? Oh, wait a second. The igneous rock is at 1,435. No, it won't. The thermocoupler is triggered by this. So it'll only cool this area down until it's the temperature of this thermosensor, which is 1,400 degrees. Once this hits 1,400 degrees, the thermocoupler will stop engaging and no heat will be taken out of the steam room. Like this will keep regulating the temperature until this steam room, this sensor room down here hits 1,400 degrees. Once this room stabilizes at 1,400 degrees because it's not getting new magma injected, this will stop engaging, which means this room won't be getting heat into it, which means the turbines will turn off when this room hits the right sensor. We might want to move this sensor over here because this is where the water's dropping in, or we might want to move this water over here. I put it here so that it would help chill the magma, so we might want to move this thermosensor over here. I mean, eventually, but it depends on how much igneous debris there is, because remember, if you have hundreds of tons of igneous, it will take a long time to cool off. Right, and so this door will stay open. And it will never inject the heat in. Well, no, it'll close to. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so it would continually inject the heat. I don't know though, because not enough comes in to pull the temp up in here. It's 1405, and the debris without being on rails doesn't exchange a lot of temperature. I see your concern, but an AND gate. Oh, you're talking about with the room sensor. I vaguely understand what you're saying. Like, I know what you're saying, but I don't understand how to wire it. No, that's not going to work, though. That's not going to work, Wanderer. Because if it requires an AND gate, then when the magma starts flowing, if it doesn't thermal inject, it'll back up in the mesh tiles. This has to run only off of this tile, because if it runs off of this and the steam room, right? I mean, literally a three-phased motor inverter works this way, monitoring something in real time, then do corrections to reach zero position. You'd need an AND gate and a door to stop the magma. Yes, which we have. So we could put an AND gate in and then put an AND gate with the thermosensor. So the AND gate would go to this door from this sensor and this sensor. So if they're both in alignment, the door... Wait, okay. Hang on. No, it wouldn't need an AND gate. It would need a sensor here. I see what you're saying. We would need an AND gate here so that whatever signal we're generating here couples with the timer sensor, so this door stays locked shut like it is now. If this room... Okay. It's an edge case. No, I like that, though. Like I said, this is the basic design. You seem like the guy to make a working Nintendo 64 in Minecraft. I'm not that good. Without Wanderer and Leo and everybody else in here who's helping, I wouldn't have been able to do this. This took everybody. This is the hive mind at work. On analytics systems for billions of requests per hour. No, I like where your head's at. It would definitely cut down on the waste of the thermal mass. I think this is about as far as my brain can take it for the day, but I do think that we could tweak a few things. Like one of the things I was thinking about, this is what I was trying to get to earlier, is that since we have roughly 4 kilos a second from the negative 10 one, if we wanted to increase efficiency, instead of running this here, I'm going to run a long wire because it's easier than... We do that. There's some value to exploiting the thermal gradient. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, with this method, we don't even need much of anything. Like, it's already 185 degrees when it gets in here. Wait. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hang on. I was running the 95 degree water in. I mean, we couldn't do it exactly like this because we have to get the 3 types of water in, but again, details that I'm not willing to deal with right now. Yeah, even coming in at negative 10 degrees, if we do this, by the time it gets over here, it's already at 200 degrees. We could legitimately just take this to right here. At 200, nearly in the 6 second. Yeah. So it's at 135 degrees right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By 6, it's at 135. By 7, it's at 144. It hits 200 degrees. It doesn't hit 200 degrees. It stays at about, it'll hit about 180 by the time it gets over here. 179, 182, 182, 182. But it hits boiling point because you said it's 120. So to be safe, we could go here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 tiles in. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, it's not really changing faster or slower because it's in the pipes. That's true. It is the same heat exchange, right? I think it might be more reliable and less likely to allow liquid in with the pipes, but yeah, you're right. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, totally. So we don't actually need that. Unnecessary step. Did I somehow break that? I don't know why that stopped doing things. The big reason to put it further from the thermocoupler is to keep the thermocoupler running smoothly. Makes sense, yeah. Why is this not overflowing to the other ones? Am I an idiot somehow? It was flowing through all 4 of them. Doesn't matter, we're not doing it anyway. Yeah, we're trying to see if it stabilizes in a dry state. Because we should reach an equilibrium that's between 185 degrees and 200 degrees, 210 degrees. Like with no lava flowing and no water flowing. These should never turn on once this hits a stabilized state. Which looks like we've landed there. He's planning on running it 24/7, but the game has its own ideas about when he gets water and magma. Geysers and volcanoes erupt in cycles, so we don't actually need a buffer tank for the magma in theory, because most of it could get stored in here, but having a buffer tank for the magma and the automation that Wanderer is talking about is probably a better idea. So the tank would actually be larger to buffer the magma, and the water will just come in as it erupts. Which they also, like, they'll erupt for a little while, then stop for like a day, then erupt, stop for a day, something like that. Not exactly. But then they go into dormant states where they're off for like 60 days or something like that. They'll be active 60 days out of 100 days. So on average, it'll put out, 4 kilos, but it'll put out 10 kilos at a time for the times that it's active. And the reason it's on average 4 kilos is because it's not active all the time. For magma, because you're going to have a large amount of hot debris stored. Yeah. So, more or less, here's all the mechanics. It just needs to get cleaned up. Like, I think I'd prefer to have this over here, although it doesn't matter because it's got to go to this door too. We have to set a few more logics, dial in the temperatures a little bit. Although 210 and 185 seems to be working quite well. Yeah, step 1 is done. And I think step 1 being done is where we're going to call it for the night, quite honestly, because I usually end a half hour from now, but my voice is hoarse and my brain is happy enough with the results, but equally as tired. So I think we see who's online right now and raid over. Anybody playing Oxygen Not Included? You too, Wanderer. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate all of your help and input and the follow and all the goodies. Well, friend, I'll definitely be back to help you with No Man's Sky tomorrow. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to hang out with my cat for like a half hour, and then I'm going to go to bed. Let's raid over to this fine gentleman here. I like his picture, and he's playing Oxygen Not Included. Not sure if he's new to the game or not, but he looks chill. Never met this human before in my life. Guys, I'll be back tomorrow, same time, to play No Man's Sky. The plan is to do Oxygen Not Included again on Thursday. I don't know how we're going to do Thursday night. We might do all the prep work for this Thursday night and do a few other like cleanup projects in the main world. And then I'll do some dialing in of this thing, on my theoretical off time. Doesn't matter. Those are plans that we'll deal with tomorrow. That's future Nether's problem. I'll see everybody later. Take care of yourselves and be well. And good night.